What was that?
Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony, who is taking care of business. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
Morning.
panel.
It is Thursday. Got through the hump of the week, which had a lot on the docket, but sort of similar story today. We have green on the screen for stock futures, positive earnings from some Dow names, helping offset mixed news from the Mag 7, which we will discuss. Oil edged off a little bit, emphasis on little. But we got a lot of economic data today. Shai, I know you're going to break that down. What are the headlines you're watching? What's the news we need to know?
All right, so on the war front, just very quickly, the U.S. Central Command has asked to send the Army's Dark Eagle hypersonic missile to the Middle East for possible use against Iran. Then we had Iran this morning. Khomeini was on the wire saying a new chapter is taking shape for the Gulf. Iran will dismantle U.S. exploitation of the Hormuz and says the U.S. presence in the Gulf is the main cause of insecurity. He also said new management of the Hormuz to benefit the region. In other words, I think they want to take control of the Hormuz and charge a toll, which they kind of already are doing. But so just, something in the backdrop on that. Moving on to tech. Obviously, we had the Big Four report yesterday. Now, we did see Alphabet, Google, outperform, and they are seeing a clear payoff from their AI spending. They saw growth in cloud computing, demand for its AI software, and its TCU chips, which are like a rival to NVIDIA. On the other side of that, we had Meta, which, again, outbeat expectations, but its capital expenditure amount freaked out investors once again. It's down more than 6% in pre-market. So we'll have to just keep in mind that they're all spending. Actually, the total capex between the Big Four reported yesterday is now up to $725 billion with a B, which is just a huge number. But equally, we are seeing different reactions to different companies. We also have Anthropic is weighing a new fresh funding round that could value it at more than $900 billion with a B, potentially leapfrogging its longtime rival, OpenAI. Then big news in the currency front, which is also impacting oil a little bit this morning. We had in intervention news, we had the Japan's top currency official echoed Minister of Finance Satsuki, warning earlier that the timing for taking bold steps is nearing. We saw a complete reversal in the Japanese yen, now up over 2.52% over the dollar, which is just a huge move. Now, that is impacting oil prices a little bit here, as when the yen suddenly increases in value, becomes more expensive for these investors to pay back their yen-denominated loans, which they usually borrow the yen at, almost near zero interest rates to buy higher yielding risky assets like oil. So we are just seeing a little bit of a pullback in oil this morning on that huge move in the yen. Also wanted to note on Twitter today, everybody's pointing to the Brent June contract, saying it's crashing. That contract is expiring today. It's rolling off the board. So the move looks outsized. Just want to let everybody know that any retail trader should have already been after options expiration in the July contract anyway. But of course, the media is still quoting that contract that's rolling off the board today. Yesterday, quickly, we said Powell is staying on. We were talking about that yesterday, whether he would or he would not. He said he will maintain a low profile and his intention is not to interfere. So there is that. And it looks like Warsh has kind of inherited a Fed that's a little bit more hawkish. We had one dissent, Moran, not surprising. And then 3 other bank presidents said they wanted a shift in the forward guidance, something that pointed away from the potential resumption of interest rate cuts. So we'll see. There was no real inclusion of an easing bias in the statement. I really think that was more of a notice to Warsh what he's walking into more than anything. I don't think it was that big of a deal that they said that. I think it was just kind of a, here Warsh, we're going to let you know. This morning, Caterpillar, huge beat, up 7.2% in pre-market. That has a 10.7% weighting in the Dow, which is helping the Dow this morning. Hyatt, also a beat. Travel not dented yet. We'll see. Got to throw my oil people in there. Valero was a beat. It's a huge refiner in the U.S. It was ridiculous numbers. And then we have Apple earnings tonight after the bell. Now, a lot of investors are kind of looking past the Apple earnings into what this new CEO transition is going to look like. And so they want to know what the strategic plans are from John Turnus, who is going to be the new CEO. So we'll see, but it looks like, Apple may get a pass if earnings aren't so great because they're looking forward to a new CEO. We'll see. And then last but not least, on the data docket today, we've got a lot. 8:30 a.m., we have personal income, personal spending, PCE price index, core PCE price index, initial jobless claims, continuing claims, GDP, personal consumption, and then at 9:45 we have M&I Chicago PMI.
Wow, that's a lot of data. We will try to make sense of it all. Shai and Greg and Jim will try to make sense of it all for you. But it's going to be interesting to see what the economy looks like, given that we have both this sort of FOMC war and, that this sort of triangle of and earnings that we're trying to figure out what to pay attention to. Yeah, I don't know. Apple, I think everyone's looking for that AI strategy, right? That's going to be, I don't know that he's going to give it up today. I have a feeling that they're going to be left wandering, but maybe we'll get some hints. Craig, what do you make of the market action? We were walking through the FOMC yesterday. Looked like a kind of negative sentiment setting in. I know you and Jim broke down the Mag 7 yesterday. Clearly, there's some concerns in there still, but we walk in positive day. But there seems like there's good news on earnings.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And normally when there's a lot going on, it becomes a little more difficult for the market to be able to digest kind of all the headlines and everything that's happening. And I think now we've just added another complexity here with this with this MOF Japan currency intervention decision. So just another thing that investors are going to have to think about. We've seen at times in the past these yen carry trade unwind dynamics, lead to other things happening. So we've got to keep an eye on that too. But you're right. I think the earnings after the close yesterday were top of mind, right? And we needed to hear from the hyperscalers, to the degree what was going to happen with CapEx intentions. What does the profitability look like? What does the growth trajectory look like? And how will investors react to what were pretty elevated expectations going in? And so we've seen kind of a mixed board this morning between the 4 of them, with Google obviously doing incredibly well, Amazon and too. Both of them control their own cloud computing services. I think that's seen as kind of a benefit here. If you raise CapEx and you have the cloud capabilities, investors like that. On the flip side, Meta does not, and so the CapEx bump there is being sold down pretty heavily. And then Microsoft kind of left in the middle there, clearly OpenAI exposure and software exposure. So, not as fortunate. But you're right, broadly speaking, and yet, you add to that the Caterpillar numbers this morning, which are blockbuster, kind of showing that the AI CapEx story is leading to strong growth to folks that are picks and shovels, kind of building into that. And that's what the market wants to hear. It's concerned about the Middle East. It's concerned about the supply chain. Doesn't really seem like we're getting any alleviation in the rhetoric there. The president's been informed about potential strikes, and Iran is saber rattling as well about how they'll react. And so it doesn't seem like we're going to get any resolution there anytime soon. And so investors want to know that they can feel comfortable in the AI story. And I think there are pockets of that AI story which remain incredibly robust. And so when you have that those announcements, you're seeing kind of the NASDAQ outperformance this morning, right? NASDAQ up 50 basis points and the Russell basically flat. So I think that dynamic's going to continue here. But keep an eye on this dollar yen because positioning has gotten stretched to one side. Positioning is stretched, in a lot of areas too. And we talked about it's the month end, this pension rebalance. We got a lot of data today, a hawkish Fed, oil all around. That front month Brent contract, notwithstanding, it's been a decent intraday reversal in oil off the highs too. So a lot going on. Position small, but volatility is back to being suppressed again. So if you have a swing portfolio, I think hedges make a lot of sense here still.
Yeah. It's worth noting Blake really set the table for us with that yen move. I mean, he really underscored that. If you were all listening yesterday when we were on talking about the FOMC, so you should have been ready for it. Jim, I know you were looking at that chart and said it was a huge. Maybe it's worth pulling that up for people.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at one point here, I could pull it up real fast. I mean, at one point, literally, this green candle, I mean, this was a 3.34% low to high candle right now, adjusting for price right now. I think Tracy just mentioned it. We're up a little bit over 2.7% on that. But if just to put this in perspective, this is what we'd call a bullish engulfing. But usually it's a bullish engulfing just like for the previous day. This thing is engulfed like every single candle for all month. I mean, it's crazy big. So this is a big move here. So you got to be careful on that as well because it's going to continue to kind of settle off to the right spot. My guess is we have the swing high right here approximately. This is the futures, folks. Remember, it's yen over the U.S. instead of the U.S. over the yen. 63.96-ish right there for that swing target. That'd be my retracement level right now. But it is a shocking move, Maggie, this particular market. So the other thing that was kind of shocking was I guess it's not shocking. We made another all-time high in the NASDAQ last night. I mean, this thing is just rolling. And it's funny because the story really should be on interest rates. I mean, the whole curve, all the way from the 2 all the way to the 30, broke out of a consolidation range to the downside, meaning yields are up. Now, we're having a little bit of recovery today, but not really. I mean, bonds are still at a 113 handle. I'm going to keep my eye on that to see if we can get back into that consolidation range above that 113, 113.10 actually would be my level, or if we just keep settling down, and that could put a drag on some of these markets as well.
Yeah. NASDAQ stock equities don't seem to care about anything. Will they care about the inflation data today, Shai? So far, they're kind of looking past yields because they really are focused on what are we drug makers out with amazing earnings again too, obviously led by the weight loss drugs. But we do have some pretty important inflation data out. Think it's going to change the conversation?
I think it possibly could. Now that we have some of those big tech names out of the way, we just have Apple after the bell. That's what everybody's looking at. So that may make a difference slightly, but with all of these other earnings also coming in very positive, markets may just want to, clearly are looking past anything going on in the Middle East right now. Don't really care that we still see elevated oil prices. So we'll have to see if the data does make a difference today or not.
Yeah. Did you see a headline? Meta said internet disruptions in Iran hurt user growth. Really? I mean, that's that big of a. Is that bots? Are they telling us that most of their business is bots?
That sounds like a stretch to me. I don't know.
I know.
They did say they were issuing
clear.
a bunch of new debt today, though.
Who is Meta?
Meta is, after all of that. They're going to have a 6-part U.S. debt sale.
Boy, we'll have to see how that goes. It seems pretty clear, or is it my imagination, that people just do not like Mark Zuckerberg? I feel like there's a Mark Zuckerberg discount. But your point about owning the cloud, and that's probably really what's going on. But there seems to be just this sort of built-in distrust or that maybe he's not steering the company in the right direction. I don't know. Does it feel that way to you guys?
By the way, just let me interject there real quick, Maggie. I did attend a UFC fight in Las Vegas not too long ago, 326. Celebrities everywhere. They put him on the jumbo screen. Mark Zuckerberg was there. Only guy that got booed by the crowd.
Ah,
Crazy. It was crazy. Sorry.
that's got to be pretty brutal if
I
you're
know.
like real time. But I kind of feel like maybe there might have been some investors in that crowd because it certainly seems that way.
Mm.
We'll see if they start raking it in on AI driven advertising. Maybe everybody will change their mind. Um, I don't want to sort of breeze past this hypersonic missile in the headlines that you mentioned. Shot.
Right?
That seems like are we back to
Worrisome.
escalation? And is that in any way reflected in the market?
Well, we did not yet. I mean, we did have a CENTCOM warning yesterday before this news came out kind of overnight that, they were considering strikes again. This kind of came out kind of mid-morning with Trump news, saying that we reject the Iran's proposal and we're staying in Hormuz. And CENTCOM, in that same article, I think it was an Axios article that had quoted Trump and CENTCOM, they said they were considering strikes again. Markets seemed not really, fazed by it overall. I mean, we were down a little bit, but this news is, it's a little worrisome because it's saying that we are still having military buildup here. We just had a new aircraft carrier arrive, a week ago or so. Now we're hearing they want hypersonic missiles. And so certainly this does not seem like we are nearing a resolution.
It doesn't. And it's just worth mentioning, you can't trade it, I guess, because if you've been worried about that for the last month, you would have missed this 40% move in semis. But important to think about when you're looking at the risk that you have on your trading dashboard. Someone the chat is very funny with Mark Zuckerberg. It's okay. If I had his money, you can boo me all day long, says T Tracking. And someone else wrote, it's okay. He doesn't feel it. He's a robot. So lots of chatter about Mark Zuckerberg. He always a good talking point. There was a tweet out yesterday that I noticed from Javier Blas, the Bloomberg energy trader. I thought this was kind of interesting. Craig, I wonder what your thoughts are on this. And it's related to sort of this, continued sort of, it's not even a stalemate, standoff in Iran. He wrote, I'm afraid that if President Trump really wants to continue the blockade for months while minimizing the impact on U.S. consumers, there's only a bad way forward: more SPR releases and/or oil export restrictions. The White House has consistently said neither is on the table. I know those gas prices are moving up. I mean, do you think that we are facing a situation where that's the case? I mean, and if not, does that mean significantly higher oil? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's certainly interesting commentary, and there is not that it's a sustainable solution, but there is a path if that president wants to think about making sure that domestic energy prices, domestic gasoline prices don't run away, that he could pursue more SPR releases and ban exports and try to keep WTI here and hope that gasoline prices really don't move materially higher, although it looks like we're going to have north of $5 gasoline by Memorial Day, and the summer driving season is going to be an elevated price environment. But, the president has also said, America is open for business globally and our energy is open for business. And so our allies who are hopeful that we can fill the void that is being left by the Middle East would really be annoyed if we decided not to do that. And domestic U.S. energy companies also would be pretty pissed off if you decided to do that too. So he has a lot of different constituencies here. The question is, which one is he gonna pursue? Does he care about Main Street over Wall Street? It's not clear. We know where the polling data is, right? We know the polling data is in the toilet. We know there are concerns about affordability and inflation domestically here. We know there's an election in November. We're kind of running out of time for the president to really, arrest the polling decline and kind of save the dynamics for the midterms. So he's got a lot to think about here with respect to domestic gasoline and what
Doubt that they would have an export ban. I'm just throwing that in there really quickly. I think they would cut the federal tax, even though it's not that much. It's about 18, 19 cents. But I think they would do that first before anything and encourage states to lower their tax rates before anything.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah, and we haven't seen RBOB prices this high, RBOB futures prices this high since 2022. So it's not slowing down. We're already tracking over 3.5.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that when the gas prices get like that, every day it's on the news. Every single day you hear about it. So it just kind of reinforces that from a sentiment perspective. Just wanted to mention real quick, the other thing that didn't really pan out is that I know Deli was talking about this yesterday. Everyone was really watching precious metals because it looked like they were going to break lower, but they didn't, did they? I think gold is actually, or are they moving lower? I don't have a live.
Well,
No,
gold's
they're
up. I mean,
gold's,
yeah. Go ahead, Shay.
go ahead. I was just going to say gold's up $83.
Yeah.
That was all
Yeah,
I was
I
going to
mean it's risk on though. Everything is green except for energies. I mean, this is part of this kind of we get this every once in a while where the trend's one way and then you have a correction day. I hate to use the word correction because it implies the market's there's times when it's incorrect, which is never true. Market's always correct, but you know what I mean. It's kind of reversal.
Yeah. Speaking of risk on, I hear there's a battle going on, Jim.
You hear the what? I'm sorry.
There's a battle going on.
Oh, there is there is today.
Got to be in it to win it.
We do have, you're the best, Maggie. We do have the arena challenge coming up here. Look at these three guys.
Look at those guys. Come on.
I know. Christian, Nick, and Jack. Oh my gosh. And it's at 2:00 today. 2 to 5 this afternoon. It's a trade the close. We should have some price action as well. So you could still join. You could still compete against these guys. There'll be a link in the chat to go ahead and sign up for that if you guys want to do it. It's going to be super fun, and they're going to be together today, so it's awesome.
They will not be wearing those outfits, I don't think. Well, maybe. Who knows? I'm not sure they're gonna dress the part, but that sounds like so much fun. Come on, somebody's got to take them down. I'm with the crowd. I think you can do it. Are
there prediction markets on who's going to win? Can we bet on that?
Wait, Tracy probably has one. Shy.
So,
man.
I have a Kalshi problem.
Yeah. Nick, I'm going with Nick. Nick has a way to. They're not here, so they can't hear me say this. Nick has got a way of pulling things out in these events. So I'm going with Nick.
So?
Yeah.
I don't know. Jack seemed like I tossed to him the other day for the open, and he was like really focused. He was on.
I know.
He trades all the markets too, right? So maybe he has a. We're sort of getting real close to the data releases, so we're gonna get ready for that. But I know everyone is really focused on stocks which are gonna rip today. It looks like, at least in the beginning. Although we'll have Pharm weighing in on that, the Pharm zone. We'll see what he thinks. But right now, we're gonna go to Jim because it is time for the Edge Report.
There's so many great markets today. Like I said, risk on, a lot of green across the board except for energies. Let's just go to the E-mini S&P just to kind of level set here. Again, another bullish engulfing candle today. We're trading toward the highs of the day. We're above that 7,200 level where my rectangle is kind of poised right now. Moving averages are sloping up nicely here. And, the question, and my question is, are we going to finally break through this area of resistance and start having higher closes above that 7,200 level? We'll find out. I mean, from a technical charting point of view, it looks like all systems are go. Intraday, we had a little bit of a roller coaster ride here, but we overcame this double top here right at that 7,200 call resistance, 0 DTE call resistance, super important level right now. And we're trading firmly, I'm going to say firmly above it. I know 7 handles, but still, it's pretty impressive. We have that R1 is the next target up here on my radar screen. I love the daily pivot, says at 14. Then we have Jack's 1 at 25. And then we have that 1-day max all the way up here at 36. A lot of room to go. We did cover a lot of range today, though, because, look at where the low is. It's pretty close to yesterday's session lows as well. That high vol level is all the way at the bottom here, 71.45. So again, a little bit of a positive gamma here, pushing this thing up ever so slowly. Nice orderly rally even after the London IB. So a lot of times London IB knows how to kill a party, but no, not today. We kept on rolling. So pretty bullish right here. The trend is definitely up. Let's shoot over to the 30-year Treasury bonds, though. This is a little bit more problematic in my humble opinion. Remember, all of the, everything from the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 30-year, they all kind of broke these consolidation lows on the charts. We'll just do the 30-year because it's easier. It's got bigger ranges. And so, again, my line in the sand was 113 in 1030 seconds. We broke through there. Now we're kind of battling back up here. Now, every time we get into this 112, low 112 handle, buyers kind of push us back up, and keep your eye on the rate, right? The cash at the top here at 4.989. That's what the cash yield was when I woke up this morning for the 30-year. 10 years at 4.39, 2 years at 3.89. So the question is this going to drag everything down with it if it continues to go down? Today it looks like it's trying to recover, but again, until we get into that 113 handle, I'm still a little bit bearish here. Moving averages are moving down, sloping down pretty nicely here. RSI sideways, suggesting not a lot of momentum either. And then we do have a July 25th swing low at 111 and 1130 seconds. Deli and Pax talk about that every once in a while too. We haven't achieved that, but again, buyers keep popping in here. Let's go intraday, see what this looks like. Double distribution so far. Point of control is prominent right now. Let me open this up a little bit. Sorry about that. Little chart adjustment here on the edge report. Let me open this up. Point of control right now is sitting pretty good at 27, 112.27. Look at that. Nice. I mean, this is the definition of orderly rally, right? We hit these lows down here at 112.11 and then just kept marching up until we got this pivot point. That's the daily pivot at 27, and then we've been trading around it ever since. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. I do want to pop up heating oil, though. This is my early warning market here. Give it a second for the data to pop here. But heating oil, again, ultra low sulfur diesel is the name of that this market. And my charts are going to wake up here in a second. Bear with me. In any event, it is tracking. There we go. Nope. Hang on, everybody. It is tracking crude oil pretty closely. There we go. So we are having a little bit of a pull off here. That's kind of corresponding with what's happening in crude oil. They're obviously correlated. But we have these highs up here for targets as well. And if we get we get a $4.6 crude, all the core and the non-core, the headline inflation numbers are probably going to start getting kind of ugly. But we do have a little bit of a crossover here. That ADMA is crossing over the 21, so that's the first signal. And they're separating, right? So the 21 is getting 8 is getting further away from the 21, which is kind of bullish right now. And this kind of dip back down here isn't a major dip. I mean, just from an outside Fib point of view, we're talking 23.6% retracement from a swing low that we had a long time ago. And again, RSI is kind of slowly creeping up no divergence on the RSI. It's all looking pretty good here as well. So I have my eye on crude oil, heating oil, as well as RBOB gasoline. I'd keep an eye on that today because it's also a super high, elevated today. That is this morning's Edge Report. Let's go back to the panel.
Fantastic. Okay, as we were saying, we have got a data dump to kick us off today. A whole bunch of news coming out. I don't even know how Shai is going to be able to tell us all of it, so I think maybe you guys will have to tag team as it's coming out. But Craig, what are you going to? Is there a priority? What are you paying the most attention to? What's the most important if we can venture a guess?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we obviously have to look at the core PCE. I mean, I think that expected here up 0.3% month on month, 3.2% year over year. Also look at the revisions to see if there was more inflation kind of heading into it. Not that it's I think these numbers are usually pretty known. This core PCE is pretty good, but we'll see, right? There was clearly some dissent from the Fed yesterday. Some folks want to move the Fed into a more hawkish bias and want to eliminate, the idea that the next move has to be accommodation and a cut. And Powell, when asked, kind of did articulate that if the war continues, most likely they'll lose that bias at the next meeting. So we'll see, right? And if we continue to get core inflation moving in the wrong direction or coming in hotter than expected, it could be something that the market's keen on. We get the weekly claims. We've been talking about that every week, how that's not really hasn't been such a big deal. But if we got a big jump in continuing claims for some reason, and it showed that, the labor market was, evincing some softness. Maybe that's something that people would care about, but we'll see. But I think it's the core PCE number that I think would be the most market moving if it was outsized from what is expected.
So we had personal spending come in so far. It was 0.5%, same as prior. All
No
right.
movement.
Jobless
No.
claims were 189,000. Continuing claims 1.785 million, lower than prior. And PCE, core PCE month over month came in as expected, 0.3%. Core PCE year over year, 3.2% as expected. And then PCE month over month came in at 0.7% as expected.
So everything in line, Shaw, you see anything, Jim?
And then I was
Craig.
just gonna add that there was just these first quarter GDP numbers came in, actuals came in a little bit softer, expected at 2.3, came in at 2, and then the core PCE quarter over quarter expected at 4.1% actually came in at 4.3% versus 2.7% in the prior quarter. So that's where you really see the pace of reacceleration in core inflation in the first quarter versus, let's say, the fourth quarter. That's a 4.3% quarter over quarter, right? You think that backdrop makes it very difficult for the Fed to engage in an interest rate cutting cycle. So a little bit of a hot print there. But back to this claims number, 189,000 for claims. I don't know. That looks like probably the lowest number we've seen in quite some time. I'm not sure if I don't think there was any holiday issues there. The continuing claims number back under 1.7 million, 1.8. So yeah, that's the lowest claims number we've seen in I'm thinking in years, really. So, it's the labor market is not really showing that accelerated pace of decline that maybe was feared early in the year. And so if you're thinking about the Fed, labor market fine, inflation running hotter than expected, why are we thinking about easing? That's where you got the hawkish pushback yesterday. I suspect when we get Fed rhetoric starting again tomorrow with the speeches, we're going to hear more of that.
Yeah, it's a funny disconnect because I feel like so many people are worried about the job market and all the implications of AI, but we're not really seeing it show up in the data, are we, Shai?
Yeah, no, not at all. Well, and we had kind of that scare from, what was it, Citrini, that said everybody was going to lose all of their jobs, and we are seeing layoffs, particularly from
big
some of the
ones.
Mag 7 to, because to save money, they're cutting people instead of CapEx. That's a whole nother story. But, as far as kind of the jobless claims numbers, again, we don't know how many people dropped out of the labor market, went into the gig economy. And so that's kind of the black hole where these jobless claims, where the jobless numbers kind of come in, because we could have had a whole bunch of people that were looking for jobs. They just, dropped out of the labor market, or, their claims ran out.
Yeah. It's a great point. The gig economy, it's really hard to wrap your head around that. I know Danielle talks about it. Vincent Deloire talks about it at StoneX a lot too. It's like an entire country underneath the hood of the economy. It's hard to pick it up. Jim, we seen any market reaction from this at all?
Not really. I mean, bonds subtly just, we're one or two ticks off a little bit. Didn't get any real velocity or any movement there in the 30-year. Equities, they're just stuck at, we're at 7,200 still in the S&P, and it's water off a duck's back, man. I mean, there's no impact.
You brought up, I was sort of transitioning yesterday and looking at all the earnings and stuff, but you brought up the fact that Scotty B, as I think Pharm now calls him, Scott Pessin, was really outspoken about Powell staying, wasn't he? He really he was not happy about that.
He was pretty sharp. We expected some kind of statement, but if Scott's the mouthpiece for this, he was pretty sharp on his criticism of Powell announcing he was sticking around.
Yeah. Craig and Shai, is this it's going to turn into a, Andy Cohen might produce this reality series with all the politic and going. I heard them say, do you know Warsh? And, there's a lot of drama around a really dry, boring Fed, which is normally the lane they want to be in. Potentially a lot of drama.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Powell said it pretty clearly. He basically said he had no original desire to stay on beyond his chairmanship being over. He was looking forward to retirement, and this is basically all the president's fault. And so once they eliminate the DOJ investigation and all this, potential to reinitiate an investigation, then he'll leave. He's saying, I'm basically staying as leverage so that they don't really screw with me. And if the president just kind of drops this, like in Powell's mind, like he should, then Powell will go away. So it's really, kind of throwing it back to Trump. If Trump wants to put in, another board member, and Powell will, drop your case, drop your feet, and he will leave. Now, there's also the Supreme Court stuff with Lisa Cook, which is coming up, and Powell said that really wasn't even the reason why he's decided to stay. It seems like it's highly personal in that regard too. But look, I think if the court does rule that Trump can fire Lisa Cook, he's going to fire her, and he's going to fire Powell. So, you're right. I think the palace intrigue is pretty interesting here. But yeah, it makes it on the margin. It makes it a little bit more difficult for Warsh to enact commence a cutting regime. But I think broadly speaking, the data is making it almost impossible for him to commence a cutting regime anyway. So, probably going to not hear much from the Fed here over the course of the next few weeks as far as any momentum on cutting.
I think it would be really interesting now that the Fed blackout period is over. They're all going to be talking, and so I think that'll be really key too, to see what they really think, because this is their chance now before Warsh gets in. So.
Yeah, and they look like they're ready to do some talking based on that statement yesterday. They kind of want to get their point of view out. It is going to be interesting.
Is it conceivable we can get a rate hike before a rate cut?
Joseph Wang seems to think that it's possible.
Yeah.
When we talked to him yesterday morning.
Do we really think that they can that they can hike, given not only what the White House thinks, but also just they have all that huge debt they've got to roll over. I mean, is it really? I think they all want to think they can be tough on that, but can they really, Craig? I mean, are their kind of hands are tied, aren't they?
I don't necessarily think that they are concerning themselves about the cost of debt with respect to these decisions, but I think the reason that they're not going to hike is because of the president. So, I think that the narrative that would need to be created about how it's tolerable for the hottest country in the world to actually have higher interest rates when the president believes the hottest country in the world should have lower interest rates, I think is nearly impossible. And so you have a Fed chair, a new Fed chair coming in who is keen on talking about the productivity gains and that forward inflation is going to be lower. And so that this is all transitory and the supply chain stuff is really not an issue and it will work itself out over time. I think the momentum to get a rate hike is really, virtually zero. Unfortunately, because the inflation is too sticky. It's normalizing above 2%. We've been above 2% now for, well over 5 years. We're really not even now. We're showing no momentum to get back to 2%. So I think the Fed should be thinking more about the possibility of hiking, and the possibility of cutting equally. But there's an ingrained bias here towards dovishness, and I think that's gonna stick with us. And I think the long end of the bond market kind of understands that, and that's why we have, part of the reason why elevated long end yields exist is because the idea that the Fed is going to look to monetize the debts over time. And so the idea of kind of lending money to the U.S. government for 30 years at 5%, doesn't seem like such an attractive proposition here. And I think cutting rates in the front end is going to exacerbate inflation concerns and elevate term premiums and make it harder to see those long end yields move lower. So that's the reality that we seem to have here with the incoming Fed chair kind of being perceived as a shill for the president.
Yeah. He's never going to shake the sock puppet. I'm surprised I'm not seeing more memes on that online, but I'm happy to bring one on to the set. Yeah, no, fair all around. And I think that's what a lot of people really, really worry about, and why we continue to have people talking about sort of this building crisis in bonds, especially sovereign bonds. Want to switch and get your thoughts on the makeup of the equity rally, because I know a lot of folks are looking at NQ and ES. It's interesting because are we going to have tech lead again, or is this going to broaden out? Because some of the good earnings we're seeing, Caterpillar, very attached to the real economy. We have healthcare, right? The drug makers. I mean, it's mostly about the weight loss drugs, but still, could we see a widening out, or is this going to be all about the NASDAQ still? Shai, you have a thought on that? Craig and Jim, I'd love to hear what you all think about that.
I mean, I think it'll be, I think it'll be very much a stock picker's market. In other words, I think this is going to be, people will be really focused on earnings. I don't think it'll be all in one sector necessarily. I know everybody's looking, NASDAQ has been leading, tech's been leading because it was the most beat up. But I do think that individual stocks may outperform, others underperform depending on the sector. And so, I personally kind of like this kind of market than everybody in all the same trade, because I focus mostly on natural resources, and so I think that those sectors are going to continue to do well. We have data center build out. That means you need tin. That means you need copper. That means you need silver. That capex is obviously not going away anytime soon. You're going to need energy to power all of these data centers and pipelines and natural gas. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity tied to that in other sectors.
Awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I think, go ahead, Jim.
Well, no, I just want to point out real quick, Craig, before you chime in, is that the Russell, the small cap Russell, is kind of given up on trying to make all-time highs as opposed to the S&P and NASDAQ. They're still trying to make more highs. The Russell is kind of retracing, kind of nice textbook retracement back down after a 5-day attempt to try to make new highs, and they couldn't. So a little bit of divergence there between that with that stock index. Sorry, Craig.
No, I was going to say I don't think the rally is going to broaden out. I think we're going to see a continued capital shifting into the areas of the economy that are showing the most momentum, which is AI related build out. I think the Caterpillar numbers this morning are largely driven by the AI capex story. So we're seeing, with the elevated energy price environment, with the elevated interest rates, we're not seeing really, domestic consumption at the low end pick up. We're not really seeing housing pick up. We're just, we're seeing a very bifurcated economy that continues to become even more increasingly so, with the lower part of the K-shaped economy strained and getting worse. But, obviously areas that continue to do incredibly well. So I think you're going to get that continued bifurcation of, some stocks, some sectors doing incredibly well. Energy related as well because of the the input costs going into that capex build out, and then other parts of the economy that are names that are really going to be struggling. And then you add on to that kind of the AI story and labor displacement and which sectors are going to get anthropicked away over time. I think it's a great opportunity here for stock stock selectors, people who focus on sectors. We've talked this week and over the course of the last couple of weeks about the idea of single stock futures are coming. You also teed me up for, I'm going to be talking later this afternoon with Nick Lentz, and we're going to look under the hood at which sectors are doing better, which names have been doing better. We talked about how the indices, particularly the S&P, driven by a variety of different flows, 401k flows, systematic flows, buyback, share buybacks, and options expiry, and how it's harder to get the equity indices to really shake free. But under the hood, we're seeing massive dispersion all year with big trades. Semis up 40-50% this month, energy down, and then the first quarter it was the opposite. So we'll take a look at that later this afternoon at 1:30 ahead of the 2 p.m. competition. But I think that's where a lot of the action is gonna be here. Which names, which sectors really are performing, and which ones are not.
That's amazing. And I didn't even know that was happening. I sensed that important conversation was coming. But it is. And I know I think we're releasing the conversation with Jem and Danielle. But one of the things Jem Carson talks about all the time is you have to understand what's happening with those flows. So really important conversation for us all to tune in on, because if you don't know what's happening underneath the hood, you're just not going to be able to compete adequately. I think that's the point he's been making, and it's a really good one these days. You do have to understand those flows. I'm really looking forward to that. Fantastic stuff. Well, we are getting awfully close. That was a lot of data to get through. That was seamless, guys. Amazing recap of what's happening this morning. And there's a lot, and it's going to be an interesting, and of course, in the afternoon, watch those risk headlines, which I know, Shah, you remind us of every day, related to Iran. Thanks so much for all the alpha, guys. Appreciate it. Have a great day. We will see you in the chat.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Take care.
All right, we got Pharm in a minute, but first, let's get a look at the lineup for the day. So you are ready. Pharm is going to be here for Tape Talk. As always, if you haven't done it already, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions. We're going to trade the open with XY and Salma. Midday markets will be Leo and Stowe. And trading the close will be Jack, Chris, and Nick for a tick. Okay, fantastic. It's time for the one and only Pharm and Tape Talk. Good morning, Pharm. How are you?
Good morning to everybody except for those who haven't rushed out and submitted their application to JP Morgan. Am I right?
You're always right, Pharm. You're always right. Wait, I was laughing so hard yesterday when you were talking about the kangaroo belly. I don't even know what's going on. I wasn't even looking at your charts, but you had me in stitches. So what are you looking at this morning? What's the setup?
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty wild night. It's weird because I expected some kind of wild two-way action today. I did not expect it to play out like this overnight. You got that wild move up, then sellers came in, dumped it all the way back down, and then buyers, they really whipped out their candles, fondled their cannons, fondled the offer, and really Hashdeenied those sellers. And here we are back up at the highs, right? I'm going to look at crude first, actually, because Scotty B stepped in again last night, up around this 110 range. So, I mean, this thing really, really flew after it got this 102.69 to 103.69. And this came in, it kind of came in around the same time as the yen. So I'll flip to that. It's a different one. I don't really have a whole lot on my yen chart other than this big area of demand that I've been watching. I got long the yen yesterday, to be clear, with absolutely no meaningful size to really care about this move or leverage. So good fun. But it was a big spot. I mean, it's pretty much where BOJ steps in most of the time anyway. But it kind of did have an impact on crude. So who knows what's going on, what kind of games are being played there. But it does seem like this market's in a situation where it's dollar down is bullish, yen down is bullish. So we're not there yet with any kind of please don't start talking about the carry trade unwind just yet. I mean, usually these BOJ MOF pumps end up going flaccid pretty quickly afterwards, very short-lived. But from this same area, it's just worth pointing out in July of 2024 is the exact same area from which we saw a massive, massive move up on the yen. So is there some kind of follow-on catalyst afterwards? We'll see. But worth noting, and I think I was probably the only moron thinking to get long the yen yesterday. And again, the amount of money that I'm going to make on that is so pitifully small that it's not worth mentioning. But crude still looks constructive. If it's holding this 102.69 to 103.69, it can just kind of fill in some structure up here. And it can dip down. You don't want to see it back really into the meat of this primary distribution from this current developing week. But up here, it can be fine and just consolidate. So equities don't really care, right? Earnings is what matters most, and it should be. That should be what matters the most. And earnings were broadly very good. Just some wild action coming into today. Bulls had failed. I don't know how many times to reclaim sort of this upper range up here, which is outside of value for now. That can very quickly shift today. We've been talking about 77 to 82, 71.77 to 71.82 on ES really all week. and it had remained capped after pushing down through after Monday. But sellers they couldn't make it all the way back down to this 15.5 to 21, which I think was a little bit of a sign of weakness. I mean, with the NQ strength, it was really hard. The bid yesterday was really strong at times. So what's going to be key now, because now here we are, it's Thursday, so the week is coming to a close. And one of two things was going to happen with this weekly profile. We were either going to, remain in some kind of balance in this range, which is pretty tight. We could have taken another leg down to form a distribution lower, or we're going to reject this volume and end up, back up here, consolidating and accepting. We've seen a lot of these overnight excursions above 77 to 82. We haven't yet seen buyers willing to bid that from above on a cash hours basis. And so you're just going to have to carry this forward all day today, all day tomorrow. Again, this 77.82, you can use yesterday's high, which was 75.25. So as long as we're sustaining above there, we have some unfinished business up here with this ETH all-time high, right? So this 72.06 to 72.11 is kind of a big extension for me. It was a loss of this 71.98 to 72.01 on Monday night. That triggered the big sell-off. That it's kind of funny. I actually showed up on Tuesday morning for the stream. I was so excited to explain the trade, and then I was like, "Oh, it's Tuesday." That's boomer shit right there. So kind of a big spot here, but we do have some cleanup work to do. So again, if you just zoom back out at the weekly profile here, now we have an opportunity to build out a proper upper distribution. Versus the alternative is, we lose this 77 to 82 and it opens all this up back again, which you saw that happen overnight. And again, like sellers should have been able to get down to this 15.5 to 21 and they just couldn't do it. So this has been a situation where bulls are very much in control of intermediate timeframes, to like weeks and, over multiple days. Sellers had their shot yesterday. And really, I mean, we haven't traded a single minute of cash, right? So for now, it looks like we'll open on a true gap up. There's still 40 minutes till open. So, I mean, who knows, what's going to happen between now and then. But for now, we're just trading it as a true gap up, right? So even on some kind of inventory correction pullback, which after this wild action, I don't even know that you necessarily need that. But if we do get some kind of a pullback at open, 77 to 82 is going to be your big spot. If that holds, it's going to be a long. Technically, again, you could just use yesterday's high. Now, if we're offering 77 to 82, then you're going to have to be careful. I mean, because it can come all the way back down at least to 44.5 to 47. And then if we did lose, yesterday's low with any kind of meaningful traction, then I would finally get my hopium target of 71.15.5 to 71.21, which frankly, I was probably going to buy coming in today if we had traded in lower first, if we had seen some kind of especially a failed push down through that 15.5 to 21. So the big spot today is that 77 to 82. Let's see if bulls are willing to bid that on a pullback from above. And if so, they're going to leave an entire couple of days of trapped sellers down here in this lower distribution. That's not bearish at all. So the close of this week is important. Today's action is going to play into that quite a bit. And we can click over and look at NQ, which is pretty similar. I mean, the bid at this 150 to 169 yesterday was just nuts. It was just incessant, right? And we got this move. We got the move after hours, and then again, a dump back. What's notable here to me on NQ and a slight difference from ES is that this ETH gap didn't actually fill on this dump. So, I mean, they never even came back and hit the 5 p.m. close from NQ. So while I would say that, NQ, you saw ES made a new high, right, overnight. NQ has not. You've seen a lot of Dow strength, right? Caterpillar earnings, a couple other earnings, I think, as well. And that to me is not bearish. I know Craig said he didn't really see much of a rotation coming, but I think in the short term, I do think it's helpful to have a little bit more broad participation as long as NQ doesn't dump, right? So you're going to have to watch, all the names that reported, which was like the entire market last night. You just watch them to see how they respond to their gaps, of course. For NQ, The spot for me has been this 332 to 360. You could argue a little bit lower would be okay. I would call it like 315s, even maybe 309. But if we are offering that 332 to 360 broadly, then again, flipping back to the 30, so I keep flipping back, we could pull back down to this 150 to 169 area, which is certainly very well tested. But like, even if that had been lost, I mean, again, like NQ is not in any kind of a meaningful trouble. If you just look left, I mean, this is last week's value area high. So this was one thing from my plan. It was just like, no matter how bearish it looks at any given point in time, if sellers can't find any traction back below last week's value area high, then, just buy, right? That's bullish. We're going to gap value higher for the week, without question. So NQ can't afford some pullbacks if, for whatever reason, that does come to play. You will have to watch and see, your relative strength flips at the open. Again, Dow participating. What that has meant the last few days is if the Dow is strong, NQ has been weak. Well, I should say weeks really, but mostly it's been NQ strong, Dow weak, Russell weak. Let's see if it's a little bit more of a broad rally today. So the big spot, again, I'll be watching for NQ. Again, treated as a true gap up. You've got yesterday's cash hours high was that 340. So again, sitting right in this 332 to 360 range. So that works out nicely for you. I'm favoring longs on constructive dips above that 332 to 360. If we do give that back, then there's potential to come back to the overnight low, fill this ETH gap in this 150 to 169 spot. But I mean, like, again, still, bulls aren't any kind of like major trouble anytime soon on any kind of intermediate time frame. So, I hate these large gaps. You kind of expected it with the entire market reporting earnings yesterday. But this was a lot of fun that was had overnight. And, probably ended up being one of those situations where like ES trades a 25 handle range during cash or something like that. So playing the true gap up, which if you recall, for me, that just means, you're monitoring for any interest in this situation above or below the open, the range of the first 5 minutes, the Pharm zone, right? So if all the trade is below the low of the first 5 minutes, then you're probably looking for an inventory correction pullback in the case of ES, towards 71.75 yesterday's high, but 77 to 82. If all the action is above the high of the first 5 minutes, it just looks like a gap up and go, right? And again, after all of this kind of wild back and forth yesterday, sure, maybe you get an inventory correction because of this leg of the move is pretty extended, but not necessarily, right? So you're looking to see if we get cleanup of that ETH all-time high, if it is a gap up and go situation. And then how do we sustain from there? Anytime we have an ETH all-time high, it's kind of questionable about like, really, how far is this going to pull back? I don't know. So play the true gap up from there. And that's, I think, keeps it straightforward because yesterday's high was at such a perfect spot to me on both NQ and ES when it comes to the weekly profile, that it just makes it easy for that to serve your bias today, basically just long above yesterday's high. And, if we get back below there, then maybe hold off on the buy button. You may have to press the sell button. Outside of, again, you can be short on looking for an inventory correction if there is one at the open. And for me, that means watching the range of the first 5 minutes.
You mentioned the fact that we had all of those earnings out yesterday. We kind of jammed everything up on Wednesday. Is there a catalyst? I mean, it clearly looks like it's risk on, but is there a catalyst or are we sort of lacking that now that we got to this part of the week? And, what are you looking for? Or is it back to war headlines and oil?
Yeah, I mean, I hate trading headlines. It drives me nuts that we have to respond to headlines so often. But I mean, the thing is, yesterday, like HYG looked horrible. Breadth obviously was horrible. Rate screaming. Nothing looked really that bullish, right? But you also knew that the market was waiting for earnings. And so my only concern here would be, all of those things that are potential concerns, start to matter after earnings. We got through there. Was it buy the rumor, sell the news situation? Because again, like a big part of that leg up, big part of it was liquidity drive, but also a big part of it was that, earnings projections like got extremely rosy. And, I think that they did well, right? So was it a profit take opportunity and there's no reason to continue to maintain this bid after it? That's always the concern. That's what I'd be watching moving forward here now that we're through FOMC. We are through earnings. Everything looks fine for now. It looks constructive, and it is until it isn't. And so we just look for that to change. But there's a huge difference to me between like bulls failing at an upside level and pulling back versus like losing a key downside level. And so until that changes, until a key downside level is given back, this thing isn't going anywhere but higher or at least sideways. So always on watch for a character change, especially after such major catalysts. How our market's going to feel about all the dissenting yesterday with the Fed. Like those things start to matter now that I feel like the event of earnings is out of the way. But earnings were good, and that's what matters to the market. So, we'll see how today goes.
Yeah, it's a really important distinction. Thanks so much, Pharm. Great to see you. Good luck to you today.
Yeah, have a great day.
All right, we're getting close to the open. A majority of you are bullish today. Not surprisingly, as I think Pharm just really laid out really well. About 54% of you. The others are split. We clearly have a risk on move. Big movers. Once again, earnings. We're getting the after flow from tech. That a bit split. We're seeing Alphabet do well, Amazon do well, Meta not so much. That's a drag on the NASDAQ. But we have Caterpillar, Eli Lilly all doing well. So that's sort of certainly helping the mood. All right, everybody, let's get to it. Up next, we've got Trade the Open with XY and Salma. Hello, hello. How are you guys doing today? It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Maggie.
How you feeling, Salma? What's going on?
Pretty good.
Were you part of that overnight craziness?
Yep. I actually did trade last night. Yep.
And it looks like it went well, but based on the smile on your face. What about you, XY?
No, I don't really touch Globex. I just do a little bit of work during the New York session.
All right. Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting one. We just heard Pharm lay it out. I know you guys will weigh in on what you're looking on, so I'm going to let you get to it. Have a good one. Good luck, guys.
Bye, Maggie.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
XY is too good for Globex. You guys heard it here first.
Honestly,
just agree.
I don't say I'm too good for many things, but for Globex, yes. It is so slow that I can't help but think I can take the same idea during RTH, get maybe 3 times the range in maybe 5-10 minutes versus 3 hours.
100%. Yeah.
And so I'm like, hey, look, you know what? You don't even trade long as it is. Let's just do it during the New York session then. But obviously there's good opportunities. There was that one day was it was like this crazy gap down. What was it, like 2 weeks ago maybe?
Yeah.
On a Sunday Globex. Gap down right into like a pretty hard support area. I bought that, and I only saw that because everyone was screaming bloody murder on Twitter on that Sunday. So it's like, what's everyone hooting and hollering about?
You
like,
faded
what? This
FinTwit?
is probably worth a bid. Because by the time I saw it, they were testing like for the 3rd time to see if they can continue pushing lower on this, like, what was it, like a freaking 500-point gap down, something like that. And that was the last time I traded Globex. And before that was probably at least like a year, maybe more. Yeah, it's just too slow. And if I, like, for that trade, I just kind of left it on and left it alone. Set some targets, a stop, and left it there. Because for me, it's like you can't help but still just know that you're in a position. So I'm not at peace. Even though I'm not looking at it, I'm like, oh, well, I wonder what it's doing. And so it bothers me. I made a deal with myself long ago that if I'm trading for freedom, I'm not going to be on the chart during Globex.
Good for you for like actually saying that and then sticking to it, because it's very easy to just say
Sometimes you're
things and
bored too.
then
You're like,
yeah,
let's just
what's the
hop it
market
open.
doing? Yeah,
What's everyone talking about?
yeah. I feel that 100%.
Did you short? Everyone looked like they shorted the pop and then made a gazillion dollars on Twitter.
When last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually did catch a short. But I'll be honest, I was sitting in a little bit of drawdown for a while. They just kept grinding it higher and higher and higher. And I'm like, dude, when is this gonna just drop? And then randomly, I think we got some news about Iran or something. And then before you know it, crude popped, and then YM and ES just plummeted. And I literally like exited my position so quick. You know, when you're like sitting in drawdown, it's a painful trade. You're like, I just want to get out. As soon as I saw that, I just sold into strength, and then I literally put my phone down, went to sleep. I'm proud of myself for not even like getting back up and trying to check to see what happened afterwards.
So you also made a gazillion dollars.
Yeah, I did not make a gazillion dollars, but I did come out green, so can't complain. Cannot complain. But how are you? I feel like we haven't been on live probably in like a month or so.
Us together?
Yeah, we used to be on live a
Has it
lot.
been that long?
It has been, yeah.
Huh.
I think I only
Well,
see you when we like you're like getting off and we're getting on, or vice versa or something.
yeah, you might be right. I know it doesn't feel that way to me, but this is the first, I don't know. Have I done opens? I don't usually do opens, so maybe you're just doing opens all the time.
You're the first person other than Tanya that I've traded the open with, so be
Mm.
honored. I'm honored.
Yeah,
I'm honored.
you've
I
got the
think it's
wrong
because
guy.
Nick and Jack usually do Thursday mornings, but because of the competition.
Oh, it's Thursday. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
competing?
I am not. I am not.
Come on, it's
Um,
end of the month
are you?
funsies. I did sign up.
Funsies. I
Funsies,
only
end of the
play for
month.
keeps.
Oh, here we go.
No time for making friends. Winning's winning.
XY is a no
You
nonsense
guys,
kind of guy,
you
guys.
guys ever seen? I mean, I'm sure you've seen those reality shows where it's like maybe a competitive game show or some kind of dating show. There's always that one guy who's like playing the heel and he's like, I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to win.
That's literally you.
Winning.
Funny. All right, chat wants you to look at stuff.
Chat wants me to look at stuff. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm looking at gold.
Whoa, you're trading gold now?
Yeah, I had a gold trade for the first time in a while yesterday. Um,
Wow,
it was nice. It was this breakdown right here. Was it
dude.
this one? No, it was this one. It was this one. It's a breakdown, and then on the way back, when they reclaimed the whole range, I think it was right here. I took a long. That long was so lucky. As soon as I scalped out, it just went all the way back down. But
Dude, look at that H where you shorted. That
yeah, I
is,
literally was at the time I'm seeing like this,
yeah.
and I was like, look, I don't know. Wait, was it? I don't know what time was it. It was this. So at the time I was like, I don't know where this can go because my chart doesn't go any longer to see downsides. But it looks like it's gonna crater like an H pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And I waited for the open to see if they would like bounce it, get a crazy bid, and they didn't. So I actually just got short and I trailed it. I trailed it down because I
Nice.
didn't have any targets. I just knew it was going down. But today it looks like they've reclaimed a lot. They're building up higher now after a failed volume build here. So I am paying attention to see if they're actually going to drift this higher. This is going to be the next distribution. So marked my areas where I want to see if they make a decision, maybe get into something there. But apart from these spots, it's got to be really convincing in these 4630s for a long. I'm not going to short. I think I would rather see if they're going to buy this or see what happens when they get up here. But that's gold.
I like that.
Forgot who was asking that. For NQ, I mean, this is it. This is the same deal. They've been consolidate higher. They tried this the other day. Actually went back into this old range, built volume, which means they did find a bid, and they lost. They lost it. They built the node, lost it. Now we're building higher again and again. Tested this again, so we're going up. Indices, I am bullish. Mark this node for now. I do think this just trades back into it and continues through it, but this is a build that is currently, we'll say underwater for now, but honestly, it's a strong market. I don't expect this to hold for an off or anything, but I mean, the way I operate is you just apply your areas where you think the market's going to make a choice and wait until the market's speaking your language. So if it's wiggling around, even if it's going into your zones and your areas of interest, if it's not speaking a language you're familiar with, you could just let them figure it out. Wait until things settle and get on with it.
Wait, so can you go back to the gold chart?
Mhm.
You manually draw those zones?
Yeah, and they're really simple. I mean, it's just volume based. You get to move
Okay.
up. It was thin. They did have a build. They failed it, but now they broke through. So this tells me there was a passive seller here because
Yeah,
of the build. But when they rip through, there's nothing. There's no seller.
right.
So if the market comes back into this range, I'm looking at this information. There used to be an interested seller. There no longer is. If it comes back in here and shows a taper, not much sell interest, not much interest to do business, I'm gonna try to take it long.
So you treat these as like, so originally it was like obviously like resistance. Now you're looking at it to see if it comes back down to hold as support. So basically
Right.
like a flip zone.
Right. Because as it ran through,
Mm-hmm.
there's no volume build,
Yeah,
which
it's
means
thin.
there wasn't any selling to want to step in the way. So the information now is no one's willing to sell this range. If it comes back, I'm looking for that information to continue. I mean, you
I like
could.
it.
I do all these things with volume, but even if you remove the volume on all of this, it could just be as simple as a breakout retest. I just like to see the actual order flow, the inventory to really frame the actual context, which is, hey, there used to be a passive seller. They came down, they got trapped, and they just left the market. They're not here anymore. And you can speculate that with candles. It would be speculation, but with volume, you can see it for what it really is yeah, they left for now.
I like it.
Um, Upside, old distribution, come up and see what they do. Do they get back into it? Do they reject it and come back down? Do they go through it, accept it, and then I'm going to look for some retests to continue long through the distribution. So super simple. The zones, my levels and zones are really simple stuff. It's nothing like, look, I think Nick's put a clip out somewhere. If you had to do crazy analysis to find a zone, trust me, it's not a level. The best ones are the ones that are just so obvious, everyone sees it. Because
Yeah.
the point of your level and your zone is not to be fancy and try to convince people you know something everyone doesn't. It's just to find a spot where the market is likely to make a choice, which means you're not going to get chopped up, which means you can place very good risk reward. You want to find those spots and you do your business there. And, all is well if you follow the rules.
I like it.
Yeah, what are you looking at?
I mean, honestly, not much because I'm seeing a lot of like conflicting things here. I'd probably, if I were to trade anything, it would be YM. I mean, we had this pop here off of Cat earnings. Cat crushed it out of the park. YM obviously pushed through. This was a level I had here. 242, 544 was a zone that, I'm sorry, like a range we were stuck in. We finally broke out of that yesterday, and now we're back in. I want to see if buyers can hold this level here. If we can, then, I do think and believe that we will get to 544 once again. If not, then we puke right back down, potentially, 48, 9, 10. and then even 49.83 here. So that's really all I'll be watching for. I mean, on the hourly here, this is looking like it looks kind of ugly, but then it also looks like we're flagging, so it's hard to, make a decision here. I'll likely wait until 10 a.m. That would clear all data. We have data at 9:45 and at 10. Nothing too crazy, but I think by 10 a.m., the market should settle. We'll have the 4-hour candle close and then take it from there, really. But yeah, I think YM is the one. RTY is too wicky on the hourly for me. Nothing I see there that's of interest. And then crude, I took a crude short before we got on live, and I closed out for a small loss of like $80. And as soon as I got out, they ended up dumping this back down. Never fails. I do think if anyone is looking at crude or is trading crude, I do think we can sweep this 102.70 level. It's really not too far-fetched. But yeah, for now, I'll probably just sit tight. I like your zones, though. It's interesting to see how you draw them.
Yeah. Same
They're
old
they're
stuff.
solely based off of your volume profiles, right?
Yeah, but I mean, as you guys can all see, they tend to align with just like basic price action too.
Yeah.
That's why I think, you trade how you trade, but ultimately everyone kind of finds themselves in the same situation. That's why I like price action too. I'm presented as an order flow trader, but I truly am a hybrid. I do
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of price action stuff.
I love price action. Just try and keep it as simple as possible. But I mean, it helps to have those extra tools, right? So
Mm.
how
Anything
how
that
is the
speaks
free
your
dom,
language,
by the
really.
way? How's the free dom? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is he ignoring me?
Did you
Oh.
just ask me how's the dom?
How is the free dom?
The free dom.
The free
Well, I've been
dom.
using it for, was it like 2 months now, maybe? I don't even know. 3 months? 2 months? I dig it. Been executing off of it, so I
All
think
right,
it's
cool.
still kind of like a uh pinch myself moment, like we finally got it. Before you got on the show, ever since day one, actually, last March, we were just like, oh, we need a DOM, a usable one. It was hard to really make one, make it the way we like it, and just be able to execute off of it. And man, I'm glad. I'm glad, guys. Hope you guys enjoy it too.
George, I
George
promise it's not
says the free
forced.
Dom convo seems forced. No, this was
It's
not a
it's
this was
not
not
scripted.
a lead in. No.
No, George, you'll come to realize very, very quickly whenever me and XY are on stream together, I am always throwing question after question at him. And I think just like majority of the chat, I don't really use the DOM as like my primary tool in trading. So whenever I ask a question, it's really because A, I don't know, or B, I'm trying to be informed. So please don't take it as we're trying. I don't care if you guys use a DOM or not. I personally just had the question for XY.
Yeah, that wasn't some lead in.
We actually, guys, we're texting in the back right now. Like,
I mean, it's free, so I don't even think like yeah, production has never even told us anything about it. Like, hey, make sure you talk about it because they don't care about it. Only I care about it. No one cares about the free Dom but me.
I like the name though. You guys settled on a good name.
It's pretty literal. It
Freedom.
is exactly what it is. A free
Yeah,
Dom.
I like
Uh,
it.
these these are all full session profiles, guys. For the people asking, I saw about two questions. Full session with 1 hour candles, and this is a 5 day rolling profile.
All right, I feel bad for Nick. This is his second time saying good morning. Hello,
I said
Nick.
good morning to Nick earlier. I don't know about you.
Oh,
You
you
got
guys
something
text
against
each
Nick?
other good morning every day?
No, like he was in the chat as soon as we got on.
Oh, Yeah, no, sorry. I was too busy yapping.
All a girl do is yap.
I love to yap. Yeah, this is true.
Markets and yap. Charts and yap.
Dude, so how was Hawaii?
It was cool. It was chill. Got to
That's
chill
all
out
you
for a
gotta say
bit.
about Hawaii?
What's up?
That's all you gotta say?
Yeah, I mean that's all it's about, right? Just chilling.
Mm,
When you get to this age, that's your priority is
chilling.
nothing. Just a few moments of nothing. When you're younger,
Um,
it's like, ah man, there's too much nothing. I gotta get into something. Then when you're older, you're like, I'm always getting into something. I need some nothing.
well, I hope it was worth it.
You know, like some people, you see people you haven't seen in a while, like, oh, how have you been? Anything new? And for me, like it's my life is where it should be when I can say no, same old, same old. Just the way I like it.
Yeah. Real quick before market starts to move here, there is a little bit of divergence between ES and Q. ES took out the highs of 10 p.m. and Q has not. 10 p.m. overnight. Or I'm sorry, 8 p.m. Guys, why can't I do like military time right now? This is embarrassing. Oh God. Yeah, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah, we took out the 8 p.m. high on ES. NQ has not. That is a bearish divergence there. So just keep an eye on that as we go into the open. Obviously gets invalidated if NQ does pump another 120 points from here.
Yeah, I think where we are, I'm not really in a hurry to do anything at all, actually. We're just like in the middle. Let the market figure it out.
Yeah.
Usually closer to the open, we'll be closer to like a some kind of area of interest, but right in the middle.
I mean, dude, like the markets that I tend to trade, like YM, the Russell, I trade them because they're not as wicky. And
Mhm.
if you look at the hourly, it's just wick after wick after wick. And it's like, why? If I wanted to trade the NASDAQ, I'd be trading the NASDAQ. Like, you guys are going off script here.
Nick,
Liquid,
I'm not
go
doing the
ahead.
pod. He says, "How's that podcast thing you're doing?" It's a joke. I don't know if you know about it. But no,
The
I'm not doing
Sunday
a
tick.
podcasting anymore. I'm doing a YouTube thing now. No, it's like the joke is
Oh,
his mother-in-law. Like, you're a trader. People don't really know what you do or believe in what you're doing. They'll kind of like dismiss it. So his mother-in-law is always like, "Oh, you still doing that podcast thing?" But he's trading, you know?
yeah. I mean, I'm with him though, because like nobody knows or understands
Or if you
what I
tell
do
them like, "Oh yeah, I'm
either.
a trader," they're like, "Sure, sure." How's your
I
little
alternate now
podcast?
between like, oh, I'm a streamer, or oh, I appear as a guest on a YouTube channel, and everyone's like, just they give me this look, and it's like, you guys don't know how cool it is. You don't understand. You don't get it.
Would you say
Um,
they don't know ball?
they don't know ball. No, hell no. Liquid Flow says, wait, Salma hates shopping. I actually really, really do. In Miami, Pax was trying to convince me to go to the mall and go shopping, and I absolutely refused. I would not do it. I'm not in Miami to shop. No thanks.
What did Pax want to buy?
I don't know. He just wanted to go. He was so adamant about going to the mall. No one wanted to, no one wanted to go. What, rogue shots? No, I didn't shop with Pax. I refused to. No, thank you. What if he was paying? Guys, I literally hate like looking through racks of clothes and trying to find what looks good, and then trying it on. Yeah, I'm good.
Now all she wears is NT gear. Her whole
Uh,
wardrobe is NT merch.
yeah, I could use a couple more though, if
I saw you
anyone's
guys got all
listening.
kinds of new stuff. I'm a little
Yeah,
gel. I'm a little jealous.
sucks you weren't there to get some.
Well, you win some, you lose some.
It was so funny though because I wasn't expecting us to get merch, and I packed so many things, and I
Oh,
didn't
and you had
have
to bring it
any
back.
space. Yeah, I
Well,
didn't have any space for the merch.
well, guys, backstage or anywhere, if you feel a little generous, feel free to ship me some merch.
Don't do it until he shows up to the next meetup. Hold it hostage.
Yeah, I wasn't in Miami because I was in Hawaii.
Oh, you're so cool. I wish I was in Hawaii.
Well, it's really chill. I remember when I went, it was probably like close to 10 years ago. 9 or 10 years ago was the first time I went, and the last time before this time. I was like, I think by day three, I was like, I'm ready to go home.
No way.
Yeah, I
No.
mean, because you're doing a lot of nothing. That's the thing, right? It is a true vacation where you're doing a lot of nothing. You're chilling. Um, and at that age, I was like, look, I feel like I gotta be, there's always something I've got to be doing. And I've had enough of the chilling and the nothing. I'm ready to get back. And now that I'm here like 10 years later, I'm like, I love this. A bunch of nothing.
Yeah, I can't imagine you 10 years ago being bored of Hawaii. 10 years ago, you were what, my age?
Probably. I mean, how old are
How old are
you?
you? 25?
25? Yeah. I'm gonna be 25.
What?
So yeah, about your age. And I was like, dude, I gotta be grinding. I got things to do.
Dude, give me 10 days of Hawaii. I would not get bored.
Well, yeah, because you're just gonna be pulling up the chart on your phone while you're chilling. The same.
Wait, XY, do you know the setup that I took with me to Miami? Like,
You took a whole trading setup?
I took a whole trading setup.
Well, when we went to Naples, I brought my mic, this one. Brought my laptop. I brought an extra screen because Chris and I were trading the open that Friday.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, what'd you bring?
I brought my two portable monitors and my laptop. Wait. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Bro, I brought my keyboard and my mouse. I brought everything. Hell yeah. I
Dang.
needed to
And then you had to bring all
ensure.
that merch back?
And I had to bring back the merch, yeah. Bro, the
Had to
merch
pay
is thick.
extra, go buy yourself some check-in luggage, pay extra.
I'm so mad too. So on my way home, they forced me to check my bag. I only had a carry-on. They forced me to check it in. I
Oh, when it
went to
gets a little too
Miami with
full.
a white luggage. I came back to Jersey. My luggage is gray. It's not even white anymore. Ruined. Don't buy white
Interesting.
luggages, guys.
Rich people talk going on? You've got the wrong people.
Amar, yeah, the left side of this stream is rich. The right side is trying to become rich.
Neither of us are rich.
Please. It's all subjective too, though.
Someone said, I
Ask.
have lots of friends near XYZ. You know, without context, that sounds like a threat.
It sounds like, yeah,
Sounds like I
someone's
better
trying to
not
pull
do
up on you.
something, or else he's gonna send some folks my way. I don't live in Miami, by the way. We watch XY get rich every day. Yeah, that'd be nice if it were true. Not every day. I
Wait. So
hope
what's your
today.
definition of rich? Like, how much
What's
do you
my
need
true
right
definition
now?
of rich?
Yeah.
My true definition of rich would be
Dun dun dun. Oh, he's thinking about how many zeros he's about to say out loud.
it's hard to put a number on that because I think it's I always think about life quality. That's the main thing. You know, there's a phrase called FU money, right? I
Mm.
think you are rich it's not the dollar amount, but it's the position in your life where you're not going to do anything because of any kind of money attached. You're going to do what you want to do, and you will not do what you don't want to do, because you're being compensated in some way. So let's just say I don't want to stream, and they're like, "Hey, you want to stream? We'll pay you," and you're just like, "No." It's not about, "Oh, I'm
It's
not being
not,
paid enough."
yeah,
It's
it's
that
not
I
worth
just
it.
don't want to.
Mm, mm.
Yeah, so I think it's a quality of life thing. It's a being able to say no when you want to say no. I think that's rich. That's not a dollar amount.
I like that.
It's on your own terms kind of thing.
The very political answer.
I don't know.
All right, here we go.
Okay. It's a little gappy gap, huh, guys?
Do we have a gap? Whoa. That's small.
Yeah, likely I'm just going to do nothing for a while. I want to see the market make its choices first.
I mean, I know you don't look at the Russell, but like the Russell is trying to push here off the open while YM is trying to drop. When there's this kind of like divergence, and it's been like this for a while now, it literally makes me not want to do anything until they get on the same page. It's because someone's lying. There's no way that the Russell is still up here hanging out while YM and ES and NQ are all trying to dump. I will wait. And don't forget, we still have that divergence from ES and Q from earlier.
They can't hold this range. It's pretty dicey.
We should have just shorted off that SMT. Damn it.
I don't even know what SMT is.
I told you when, so like ES took out that 8 p.m. high and Q did not.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is
Oh, that's right. It's like the divergence. You
just
look at
divergence,
market
yeah.
for the short, right?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't trade any of those concepts or anything like that, but I do pay attention to like when there is that divergence. I shorted the SMT. Nice job.
Giving up a lot of ground.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry to get into. Oh, they're knifing VWAP.
Dude, Russell is on a tear right now.
Well, Liquid says, "Wow, what a chop." I don't know.
It's only been
Is
2
this
minutes,
chop?
guys. It's
Is
literally
this
been 2
chop?
minutes.
It's going one way.
You
The
can't
thing
listen.
is, this
Yeah.
move down is not like some inefficient, dramatic, impulsive thing. There's volume building through this. They're literally chewing through bids that do exist. So nothing to scoff at this down move. Usually they're going to leave a lot of imbalances, but this is clean. Violent.
Yeah.
There is a present bid as they're going through, but hitting the bid.
It is also 3 minutes into the open, guys. I don't think you can
Everyone's
call
like,
it chop.
we need to make a choice now. We're running out of time.
I don't think you
Market's
can
gonna
call it chop
close.
just yet. Give it like 30 minutes at least. Give the market a chance. But wow, man, the Russell is just
They're knifing. They're knifing through the bid. This is not a joke. You actually don't see down moves like this very often.
why do you say that though?
Because usually when the market's like really impulsive like this,
Hmm.
the violent moves, even upwards, you're gonna see a lot of spots where they just chose not to auction. So going downwards, you're gonna see spots where there was just no bid. They stepped off like I don't want to trade this. But on this down move, they're actually building volume through, which means there is a bid at each price and they're chewing through the bid. They're like, I don't care what I'm selling. I'm selling. You want to buy this? Go ahead. I'm selling this. So that's the information I'm getting right now. There is nothing inefficient about this down move. If they see a bid, they're selling right into it. They don't want
Interesting.
what they've got. Yeah. It's really strong. It's very there is a lot of intent behind it. It's not because a bid stepped off, exited the market for the time being. There are bids and they are getting filled and they're getting ran against. So the selling is very initiative and there's some serious intent behind this. Usually I would go with some sort of mean reversion play when there's huge impulsive legs like this downwards because they're going to snap back, find a spot, you go back towards the 9, but this is not that case. So I would not even like right now we are breaching a level, a low volume spot that I would look for a bid, but I am not interested in bidding this. And this could hold and shoot, but I think if this were to hold according to a thesis, I'll have multiple opportunities to get long again. As price action shifts, more information comes into the market. Not in a hurry to get into anything, and especially not to step in front of this.
Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, Tracy says that semis are selling off hard, which is bringing down NQ. And then Fred says, XY, you have such a good read. He does.
Who said
He
that?
explains it so eloquently, too.
Fred, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope it's helpful. Yeah, low volume here.
Yeah, I have no issue waiting another 24 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think what could happen is if this were to hold, instead of me trying to rush into a long here, my idea is if this holds, we'll be rotating back up and I'll have time to really let the market make that choice and confirm it through price action, through a bid that's stepping up higher, through an offer that's no longer getting continuation.
I'm seeing a 200 guy sitting on the Russell at 2760. I think like 200 is a decent amount for the Russell, right? I mean, I know you don't really watch.
I actually have never looked at Russell order flow. I hardly
Yeah,
have ever
well,
pulled up like a chart to trade it, so I have no idea, but I would expect that. Yeah, because I mean, how much thinner is it than NQ or how much thicker would it be, right? On NQ, even 50 is notable. So I would say 200 is probably notable.
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen I mean, you got to have your eyes on the screens at all times, but they just fill too. I think 200 is big for the Russell.
There it is, the bid that went nowhere.
Tracy reminding us that at 9:45 there is data, guys. If you are in a trade, just be mindful of that.
PMI, Chicago.
Chi-town.
Yeah, so at a spot where they should have found a bid and a pretty considerable move back through the downside, they got nothing. This is strength. So the inventory being placed is definitely no joke. You can look at the build. It's a clean build.
This is crazy. I can't believe the SMT actually worked out. NQ down 200 points off that.
They found a lot of buyers from the 327 down to the 306s. So if this buying does not get what they want, there's more to flush, fuel to the flame, more
Yeah,
to
I would
liquidate.
say I could see us going down to 200 and then 80, 89. 289 would be my next targets for downside on NQ.
At this point, would you be looking for responsive selling in the higher time frame, low volume? Are you considering the one we just breached? What, 300s to 350 maybe, 340s? That's the one. It's possible. I mean, we're about 100 points extended from the 90 MA. It's quite extended. Wouldn't really be comfortable chasing
Sheesh.
a move like this. Yeah, them filling the bids in the 306s to 327s is big because a lot of buying was actually hitting the offer, which means they're crossing the tape. And if the market trades against them, what are they going to do? Liquidate too. So as the market goes lower, they're going to find a bid at some point. They're going to buy. And if they don't get continuation, they will also sell, which is like double-barreled selling.
There's also commentary coming out from the White House senior advisor, so that could also be accelerating this move. I'm
To
just seeing
me,
that
the
now.
306 to 320 is key. If they can't get any trade above that, yeah, there's no hope.
It's crazy that Russell and YM are still holding pretty strong here. Let's see, what is Cat doing?
Tape is quite thin right now too. Super erratic.
So Caterpillar is one of the biggest holdings in the Dow, and it's up 7% right now off of earnings. As long as this stays up, I don't see why I'm coming down, honestly. Unless Cat starts to give up some gains.
Looks like the London Open's gonna try to hold.
Yeah, Cat is definitely doing some heavy lifting here.
If they fail to find a low out of this, I'll pop along.
Yo, pop along.
Yep. Yep, there it is. See if I can get another one filled. Get a nice scalp going here.
Yo, you're so quick, XY. I gotta get on that level. I can't
got 3
scalp
on
to
right
save my
now.
life.
Let's start peel one off. Get a second one here. I'm gonna break even the last runner. Got a nice counter scalp. Oh, okay. All right, I'm flat. Let's get some little scalp.
Good job.
Still not convinced on market strength, but order flow came in. Looks like a more immediate reaction was on the way. We got it. Made some money. So I've been playing the game lately. W. Thank you. Thank you. What expose uses as a trigger to get into his trades based on his indicator? I use the DOM.
Holy crap, YM is just still going. Wow.
Up.
Up, yeah, yeah, up. Yep. It's trying.
The free DOM. I use that. $290s area as prior day value area high. I don't have I don't put prior day's value on my chart, but yeah, if you look at it, it is the upper part of the range. But that wasn't really the reason I got into that. It was okay, yeah, this is the London Open. It's a pretty good level. That's why I have it on my chart, but more so the order flow. It looked like selling was having a hard time getting continuation. And well, that's what markets do. They'll pull back as they go through a move. And it looks like, hey, look, if they're going to pull it back, this is likely the spot. And I'm waiting to see the order flow. I'm waiting to see what the selling's doing. Is it kind of stepping off? Is the buying persistent? And yeah, that was the trade. Like this, yeah, this can go all the way up to the 9, reclaim it at another 50 points higher, but yeah, I'm a scalper, guys. Sometimes I'll hold it. It really depends. It's hard to really have crazy long conviction when I just saw what they did to the market. So I'm gonna take my scalp and be happy with it.
That was like what, 5-second trade?
Felt like it.
It was literally
That's why I
so
don't trade
quick.
Globex, you know? It's hey,
Oh
look,
yeah,
you just do this right now. And
Yep, I hear
I had a
you.
really good week. So today was, hey, the market's really got to convince me to get into something or we're not doing nothing. And I got the trade, so I'm happy now with what I got. And there's the reoffer. Tracy says ugly reading on PMI. Show economy is in contraction below 50.
Gameland, I think most prop firms allow you to like, I think
I think the
I think
rule on
10
prop firms
seconds.
is like 5 seconds, right? Or 15 or
Yeah, and
something.
I really do think 5 seconds should be more than enough. Like,
Yeah, that trade was probably like a whole minute, I'm guessing. I don't know. I actually have
no,
no
that
idea,
was
guys.
not a
No?
minute. Dude,
Oops.
by the time I realized you were in a trade, you were already out of it. Like, that was no way. That was not a minute.
Time flies when you're having fun.
No, but that
5
was
seconds.
great. Greatly timed. Damn, dude, I got the retest of YM of that level. It held, and I was still punked out to get in. Yeah, Gameland. See, by the time we even knew he was in a trade, he was out. He's AI. He is Claude.
I'm AI.
All right, Russell's starting to pull back a little bit here. The only way I short the YM is if I see a setup on Caterpillar.
You're looking at YM primarily right now.
Yeah, yeah. It's so crazy, dude. Caterpillar would pull back $2, and then YM is just it's like the reaction's insane. I mean, it is a big holding. I get it, but sheesh. Very science. Wow, I'm pretty sure the IB is the first hour of RTH.
Yeah, it is. So literally just a range. The first hour of the market's range. It's
9:30 to
literally all it is.
10:30.
Nothing fancy. Don't let anyone try to convince you that it's something fancy. What's my
Everyone
definition for
acts though,
thin
like
tape?
with
What's that?
IB. I'm sorry not to cut you off, but like with the IB, everyone thinks it's like one of those I know something you don't. That's how they all
It's the
treat the
hot thing right
IB.
now.
I don't get
I
that. I'm
don't I
like,
don't know if you remembered, but or if you paid attention to like the YouTube stuff
I
maybe a year
legit
ago.
I legit remember asking you when I first joined, "Oh, what does IB stand for?" I remember when you and Leo, you guys would all talk about it, and I'd be like, "What the hell is that?" And then you told me it was the initial balance. Didn't register with me. Couple months ago, like I think from the start of the year, I guess, it just became this like trend on Twitter. Everyone's talking about the IB, everyone's making videos about it, indicators, writing articles and stuff. And I'm like, it's literally just the first hour. Like
It's
it's
just
not
the
this
first hour.
crazy thing. Yeah.
I About a year ago, it was the 15-minute opening range. Everyone was doing this 15-minute opening range break kind of thing. And that was the thing. That is what the IB currently is. That was what it currently is. Everyone is like, this is the sauce. This is how you do it. And now it's the IB. The IB is something I've been using as a huge, massive part of my framework for at least like 3 years now, maybe four. And I've just got to year 5 in my trading. This month is year 5. And for at least 3 of those, IB was huge because I started with like 30-minute opening range and I was like, well, I'm not awake. I'm not at my desk yet. I'm always missing out on that stuff. So I extended it to the IB. So when I get to my desk, it could be the market's been open for an hour, maybe close to an hour and a half. And I'd be like, okay, now I've got the IB. And I built a whole framework around that for my trading. And so I got really
Hmm.
used to it. And yeah, I never really like talked about it like crazy in depth because it's just that you get some things out of it. You look for the IB breaks, you look for what's a big range. Okay, then what does a big range mean? What does a small range mean? Extensions, so forth, so forth. You gather data. When IB breaks, how long does it really spend outside? What do you consider a failure in this and this? There's just so much stuff. And a lot of what you guys will see on YouTube everywhere is they're telling you all these things about the IB that actually are not even correct. I don't have the time to undo and unwind all of the misinformation. But I've been trading the IB as a huge part of my framework for years. And a lot of what you're seeing is simply not true statistically.
That's
And I have
so
a buddy
funny.
who got into trading and he's been gathering all kinds of stats and data on the IB for at least a year now, very in depth. And a lot of it is debunked by his data as well. So
That's hilarious. Trish, I guess, yeah, it could be the same as an opening range. Yeah, it could be the ORB, like it could. It's just the first hour. I don't know why they give it this like different name, but it's essentially the same. You treat it the same, from my understanding.
there's different ways to trade it. I don't, so I use it as a, hey, this is what they've done in an hour. This is where the range is. Let's look at how volume has built around it. So I attach everything else to it, but it's not like, to me, it's just another input, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
Why don't I explain it all on YouTube? Maybe the
Guys,
videos,
it's
they're
not worth
hard to
his
make,
time.
guys,
That's
honestly.
why.
For me, they take a lot of time to make. I'm not like video maker expert or anything. So 1 minute Hikanashi, yes.
Yeah, still puking here. NQ as well. There's a very ugly hourly candle on the Russell here. Oh, let me show you guys the hourly. The ugly, ugly wick here. Almost
This is serious
10 points or
selling
so.
because as the
Except,
market sells, they're still buying it. They're still buying the market on the way down, and they can't get what they want.
yeah.
This market is looking for the exit still.
I have a level up here for cat to reject to fib extension level. If it rejects, we should see YM follow suit. Also, guys, don't forget Apple earnings after the bell.
That was cool. Reginald, it's been a while, and I only get 2 emojis. Oh, never mind. There's 6. Would you say that utilizing the IB can be a good way for newbie traders to get consistent fast? No. There's no strategy that's going to make you consistent fast. It's not in the strategy. It's when you're tired of being an idiot. That was how I finally started to turn a corner. You're tired of your own shit. Until you are, I don't care what strategy you've got, you won't be able to operate. It's not the strategy, it's the operator.
The getting tired of your own shit is literally when change comes about.
Mm-hmm. I don't like this new scalper. New scalper, this is the truest form of XYZ. A scalper.
B Hassan says, I'm tired of my own shit, but still can't get rid of the bad habits. You're just not tired of your own shit enough. You could be a little bit tired of your own shit, but once it gets to a point where you're like, dude, I'm so sick and tired of this, that's when change comes about.
You want a refund? Sorry, no refunds. Phantom Nexus, have you ever hit a super low point with your trading? I mean, who hasn't, right? I think anyone who can sit there and tell you that they've never hit a low point in their trading is a liar, is nothing more than a liar, and they're probably going to sell you something right after.
You'll find them on Twitter.
Yeah, like,
There's a
dude,
bunch of
there's
those.
no way. I think for anyone who took what I said very personally, about being tired of your own shit and stuff, and then, if you're like, oh, I've been tired and I still keep screwing up, it's a very common thing. People just don't like to talk about it. It is a very common thing. It's human nature. It's no different than when you're 20, you're like, oh, I'm 20 years old. I know what I know. Then you're 25, it's like, I thought I knew something, but now I really know. And then you're 30, you're like, I didn't know shit in my 20s. Now I'm really wise. Then you get to 35, and you're like, dang. It's the same thing for trading. You're
Dang.
going to have those days where you're like, oh, I'm never doing this again. I'm never touching FOMC again, or I'm never going to average down again. Then you find yourself doing it again. Don't kill yourself over it. Find a way around it. Then you did. Yeah, then you did. I think everyone also needs to give themselves enough room, enough grace to adapt and grow, to find the path. If you're hard on yourself all the time, negative loop, and you're not going to make it. Sorry.
I legit just tweeted something so similar this morning about how There's no trader out there that's green every day or on their A game or has a good read on the market every day. Like, don't be fooled by the stuff you see on Twitter. It's very easy to get wrapped up in all that, but it's not real. And trading is just you versus you. The race can be longer than others sometimes. Like, XY's journey could have been 1 year, whereas yours could be 5 years. It is what it is. It's just
It is
how,
what it is.
it is what it is. You can't just sit here and compare. You need to just
You can't
focus on,
compare your
yeah.
situation to everyone else's too, right? Some people are blessed to not have financial pressure as much as the next. Some people aren't starting from zero like this guy. Maybe some people start from 5 or 10 or 12 or 15. Some people aren't digging themselves out of a hole while learning how to trade. Like there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No one
And
journey is.
dude, like true failure is when you quit. And as long as you get up every day and you try, then you're fine. You're fine. You'll eventually get there. All right. I think we just had data come out.
The tape looks like it's a decent reoffer, but the price is way too low. 100 lots, 257, 89, 251. EMA is still about 90 points away. Yeah, 60, 70. So this is a very, very extended IB right now. Almost 300 points, almost double the average. Pretty extreme.
Midi, that's literally what I said. What are you disagreeing with?
See if we can get a reoffer somewhere.
Russell's trying to push here. I might get out of this while I am. Just swept previous day high.
What's your definition for thin tape on NQES when bid and ask are in distance apart? No, it's resting liquidity. Right now I'm seeing it's still thin tape. I have my DOM compressed 2 ticks and I still see single digits at resting orders. That's really thin. Which is why the market's whipsawing so much. Doesn't take that much size to clear and sweep the book and move the price right now. So you get this kind of environment. RVol is it's 150 RVol, which is considerable, very considerable. So we're heading back up to this low volume spot. This is going to be a pretty key test for shorts to get continuation. They don't want to be giving this up. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Limbami, you can open up a paper account on TradingView. You can just trade a paper account.
They found a bit of selling right here. See what happens to it.
No, it's picking up.
$292, 100 lots. Looks like they might be puking that.
Swear to God, I sold YM for no reason.
I'm trying some shorts here. Almost took my TP on that one. I should have left it. Should have left it where it was. Yeah, so there's some active selling here. If the market's going to reoffer, I think this is a decent spot for them to do so, which is why I'm initiating a short. And if they move up, they're moving up through some considerable selling, so you got to respect it.
Russell's just pushing here.
Pushing higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, this bid is really responsive still.
Yep. You also have YM basically sandwiched between the weekly open and previous day high. It's going to make a decision here pretty soon.
That's all we're looking for, is the market to make a choice. And we got about 15 points MFE. Still really strong buying. This, if the buying doesn't get what they want here, this can actually be really nasty for them. And if they do get what they want, we just get out. The risk reward is good. ES is pushing.
Yeah. It's at the 9 EMA on the hourly here.
Yeah.
At 176.
Okay, got out of that. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
They're going to do me like that. Okay, that sucks. You guys see that, chat? Did me dirty. Did me so dirty.
That was crazy.
That manip, that was brutal. Yeah, that is what it is.
Dude, it's like the same headline recycled over and over and over and over again.
I think we can work towards overnight low at some point. Back in the shorts. Gonna try to cover one in a bit. There it is. And I'm gonna start to trail this down to the overnight low. Yeah, that little stop out kind of sucked, but market's speaking my language. I'm scalping out of it, whatever.
At least you got your lick back, as they say.
Got my get back, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's good enough scalping for me today. It's a little light, 3K, 2 lots. Anything's possible, guys.
A little light,
A little
3K,
light,
someone's
3K, two
weekly
lots, couple
salary
minutes. Hey, if they didn't stop me out right there, though,
would
be
have been
different.
5K.
I'd probably be able to hold better for this overnight low on a runner. It's an extra, I don't even know. That's like a 100-point distance, over 100-point distance.
Someone's weekly salary, nothing crazy.
Anything's possible, guys.
This thing right here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
That's hilarious. Yeah, and Ando, yeah, someone's monthly. Nah,
Diego
George.
says, man, which job got y'all getting 3K a week?
All right, damn, guys, bi-weekly. Sheesh. Is that better?
Everyone's like, wow, Salm's rich.
He's the one who made it in 2 minutes.
How many contracts? I've only been in 1 or 2 contracts today. Actually, my first trade had 3, but I had a really good week. I just don't want to do anything to jeopardize it. So smaller. I mean, you guys have seen me go anywhere from 2 contracts to 18 contracts on this stream. So it really just depends. I got to place wider risk today. We're looking at probably like 15 points, maybe even up to 20. I mean, the ATR on a 1-minute basis is 32. So if my risk has to be extended, I'm not going to size that much. Just wanted to make some change today because I'm streaming. But I think if I wasn't a streamer, I would have taken yesterday's profits and just be done for the week. That's what I used to always do. It could be Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm done for the week. I'm not trading. But when you're a streamer, boy, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Streamer boy.
Did I ever try meme coin trading on Pump Fund? Dude, you are like speaking another language. What is that? Meme coin trading on Pump Fund. That's a sentence I don't think I would have ever have said. Do I end up making 7? Yeah. If anyone wants a broker statement, you're not going to get one. So believe it or not. I mean, you guys see it all done live. So you guys can do the math. You can do the math yourself. How many attempts will I take on the same idea? Well, it depends what the market's doing. I took that same idea because what I thought it would do, it started to actually do, and it wicked me out first. But if you keep your risk reward really good, yeah, you can do things like that. Sim account.
I'd be
Possible.
embarrassed asking another grown man if he trades on Pump Fund. Dude, that's hilarious.
Also, for anyone who thinks it's sim, I'm still doing what I'm doing, right? Whether or not it's real money, you let me worry about that. That doesn't affect your life in any way. If you're able to learn, I'm happy about that, and that's what we're trying to do on the stream. The content creators that they've chosen for NT Live, our job is not to convince you that we make money. Our job is to try to educate and help. If I'm trading on sim all this time for the last year or so, you guys are still seeing the same thing. You're getting the same information. You're seeing the execution in real time. I might actually be a big idiot for not just doing it on real money at that point, right? So anyone can come to their own conclusions. But if I'm seeing this kind of success live on stream and I'm still doing it with paper money, I might be the biggest idiot on this planet. If you're done trading for the day, get your dog on stream. Hey, you know what? I don't know if he's even up. My door's closed. We can't get in, but if he comes in here, I'll have him do a press conference for you guys.
Oh, I thought that was him. Russell almost making new highs. Almost. We're about 2 points away.
Arrow factor. I'm not trading with a prop. It's cash.
Yeah, guys, if you want to buy a prop account through Lucid and you want to support XY, use code SalmaOGS. It all goes to him, guys.
Uno reverse card. Chat knows. Chat knows what the real code is for
Dude,
Salma.
no, there's someone in chat who all the time,
Yeah, they
anytime,
know. Chat knows.
anytime Lucid gets mentioned, they're like, "Oh, Salma's code is XYZ." And
Yes.
it's like, no.
XYZ to support Salma.
Guys,
Oh, we got
Salma
Nick for a
OGS.
sig and Nick for a tick. Do you always keep your stop at specific point range? No, never based on points, based on what makes sense. So if it has to be extended, it has to be extended. The size got to go down unless you really like the trade. But hey, that's your risk, right? Never based on points. The market doesn't care. I don't believe it. It's not info.
Oh, that's a great question. If you guys are profitable, why do you want us to use your code for signing up for prop firms? I never get that.
Can you
What is-
imagine, Salma, can you imagine having a job, seeing $1,000 on the floor and be like, nah, I got a job.
Dude, what
I
does
don't-
profitability have to do with that? I don't understand.
Would you like to buy some shoes? No, I already have a pair.
It's funny because like you always get shamed. If you're a trader, you get shamed if you have like another stream of income. It's like, no way, you don't make all your money from trading. You must suck. And it's like, what? Isn't the goal, guys, to be like financially free? Isn't the goal to have multiple streams of income? It just like I never understood that. That's what I don't get.
You know,
And you get
I
a
will
discount for doing
will say
nothing.
it's two things to it. One is there's this people just don't understand that, trading is active income. You have to do the work, go through the stress. Do I want to be slinging lots forever at the size that I do? I really don't. I really
Yeah.
don't. And it's not easy to do so. Secondly, I do blame the internet and the furus for making it seem like you just wake up, light a cigar, it's a light $30,000 and you went to the dealership. Like that also plays into it. So now everyone thinks, oh, trading is like that. You just know, you click a button, you make a ton of money and you screw off. Dude, if I trade the way I'm trading now forever, I'm going to look like I'm 80 by the time I'm 50. Like it's not something I want to do. It is scary.
Yeah.
Like,
But
I don't want to be slinging 7 lots, 8 lots, 12 lots, 15 lots, 18 lots. I don't want to be doing that forever, right?
But
And
XY,
it is
then
kind of
you're not a
ridiculous if you
trader.
have a job and someone offers you money and you're just like, no, thank you. I have a job.
Yeah. Imagine that.
But you can agree to dis. I don't know who brought that up. I just heard you say it, but I'm assuming someone brought it up. You can agree to disagree. It's fine.
You don't even have to disagree. Just don't use our code. It's that
No.
simple.
Use mine.
Use the code. Use the code.
No. Speak for yourself.
That's funny.
No. You could use mine. You can use mine.
Ariana says that's got to be the dumbest question known to mankind. And like, it's not, because this is the consensus for like most of Twitter. Most of Twitter thinks that as a trader, you should have all your money come from trading. You should not have multiple streams of income, whether it's from affiliates, running a group, whatever the case may be. Like, you should just be making your money from trading. And it's like, as a trader, you want to have more money. You want to have more streams of income. And I think anyone who is salty about it is just upset that they themselves don't have the audience and the following to have multiple streams of income. There, I said it. I said it. Like, anyone who's upset about a course or a room or an affiliate or this or that is just upset that they can't do it themselves. That's all it is.
I like money.
Yeah.
Like, someone had to say it. I'll be the person to say it.
I think there's also
Shapcap.
like
That's
there's a capitalist there's a capitalism effect of like if there were no financial incentives ever to put out content or teach, no one would be teaching. Everyone that makes money would be keeping everything to themselves, and that would be just how it is. So because of capitalism, there are people that are willing to teach, right? You've got people who sell courses and subs and this, and it's not to say that, oh, there's a bunch of frauds. There are people who sell stuff that, you know, is good quality. That's why people renew subs. That's why people, you know, stay in the communities, is because they bought it, they came in, they said, hey, that's pretty good value. If you don't like it, just don't renew it.
Yeah. It's literally that easy. Baby whale, I was here during that, and I still don't see an issue with that either.
So someone says, I just don't like it when it's someone with like zero experience trying to make money off other people. Like you guys, it makes sense. But yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of scammers, and we're not defending them at all. I'm talking about actual helpful content, education, paid rooms or subs or this or that. That's actually helpful. And the market will make its choice. The same way I see the markets to trade is the same way I see the sub stuff. If there's value, people will buy it. If they find that the value is true, they will continue to buy it. They will continue to renew the subscription. Just because it exists doesn't mean it's fraud. But don't get me wrong. And I said this yesterday. I do hope that everyone who provides education properly sees success. And I hope that everyone who is a fraud, who provides very crappy education, does not see a single dime. I hope they burn out, because it is really bad for the space, and it has made everyone very jaded. In a game where that's so difficult, you find people that are struggling too, and they become jaded. They assume that their experience is everybody else's. There's no way this guy's that good. There's no way he's making money. There's no way it's not realistic. And misery loves company. So when people are miserable, they had a bad day in the markets, they might show up in the chat. They might say some crazy stuff. This game provides plenty of misery. And when it loves company, you'll see it everywhere. And then there's two types, right? People who try to provide value, and the people who just try to find frauds. I hope that if you're looking to expose everybody and everything, you're also looking to provide value. So you can't be Batman and just keep going after frauds, but not actually provide anything and expect people to really take it seriously. At that point, you're just labeled a hater, right? It seems like you never assume where the market will go. You just go with the current data. Never. I never assume. The one thing I always assume is I'm probably wrong. So I put my stop in. It's the only thing I need to assume. So it's me putting on the trade. One side of the coin pays me more than the other side takes. But ultimately, the market makes the choice. I never know. I never know. Pick your spots that provide the risk reward. The market's going to make its choice. So I'm not going to pretend I know. I'm very price agnostic, as you guys can see. Like every time on the mornings, you see my morning prep. Very simplistic. I approach it as, hey, look, Mr. Market, you figure out your feelings. I'll get on when you start speaking my language. But you guys figure that out. You guys want to hammer this price, consolidate here, top here. You guys figure it out. Don't make it my problem, kind of thing. So
Breach.
yeah, I'm getting real ranty. So
Nah, I like it.
you guys are missing out on market talk. I apologize. When I'm done trading, all I can do is rant. This is what you get. Yeah, I had a heckler one time, and yeah, he was going hard. He was like, "You're an idiot because of this ICT words that I don't understand." Yada yada yada. And mind you, I've made plenty of money. I think I made like 12 grand that day
Oh, I remember
on
this.
stream. And he's saying all that stuff. I'm like, it is what it is. And it came to a point where I was like, look, it's okay to be very speculative and assume I'm stupid. It's your opinion. But how about instead of just going around and breaking other people down, you actually provide some value instead. So he was saying like, there's so many fakes in the space, blah, blah, blah. I can't believe, there are streamers who are doing this dumb stuff. I was like, well, how about you be the change, right? I literally told him, how about you be the change and provide some education. He's like, I would never teach because people won't get it. People won't be able to make money. And I'm like, so what are we doing then? Miserable way to live. Don't be like that, guys. I think the words you speak do become the house you live in. So if all you do is speak
100%.
ill and be all miserable and all upset all the time, hey, don't be surprised when that your life just ends up that way. 9 EMA shorts, yeah, who's getting in on that? It's very sloped. It's quite distant.
Well, I am at the top of a level I have here is resistance. It's been resistance for, let's see, for pretty much since the last week. Every time we've come up here, we've rejected. There is a lot of strength in YM right now, obviously. So just be careful. I tried to short it, didn't work out. I won't try and short it again, but this is definitely something I'll be looking for here at this level to see if some sellers start to step in. Just wanted to point that out.
This is a 330 point IB, which is insane. If NQ fails to find new lows relatively soon, I think the market's gonna get stuck in the current range, which isn't the worst. I mean, it's 330 points.
That's huge. Is that huge for like an IB?
Very.
Okay.
The 10-day average is 167, so it's doubled. They need to continue to poke lower and build lower, which is not what they're doing just yet. So they do have a build like right here, this little notch, this node 190 to 160. They built the interest and lost it, went back into the main node. They need to get back down there, find this interest and be able to build lower. They need to continue to build lower or else the markets, to me, it's kind of like, all right, we're done making this choice. I think we'll find price happiness in this bigger range because that means this effort now has gone unrewarded. And if the market's going to trend one way, you should not see unrewarded effort. Hopefully
Oh,
that makes
wow.
sense.
Big IB guy, huh? Name all the IBs.
Initial balance, irritable bowel. What else we got?
I'm sure chat can come up with a couple things. Chat, if you just heard IB and you didn't know what it stood for, what would you...
I feel so ridiculous. That's the shitty part too. Like I have been a big IB user for so
I'm
long.
broke.
And now if I bring it up, I feel like I'm just a scammer or something. Interactive
Dude.
brokers, yes.
I'd be liking the stream. Come on, guys. You heard NinjaTrader. Like up the stream for the IB talk. We have 1,400 of you lovely people watching
Inglorious
and only
bastards.
300 likes. We could do better than that. Yo, IB freeballing is crazy. That is wild. Let's calm down, Richie Rich. That's awesome.
So high time frame. This is the end of the distribution that they tagged. This can certainly bounce through. So if they can't get same idea, guys, lack of interest, lack of interest, lack of interest. If they still find a lack of interest to deal this range, guess what?
Guess what? Continue. Don't leave us
That's
on
all
a
I had.
cliffhanger.
I don't have the answer. That's all I had. Chat knows the answer. Where is XY site and course? I don't have a course or a website.
Yes, he does.
That's the funny part. I have a free playbook. It's not a course by any means. but it's a playbook of the things I do and look at, some screenshots and stuff. Go on my Twitter. My Twitter link should be in the stream description. Oh, there it is. Thanks, production. You'll find all my stuff there. You'll be glad to know that it's all free. You don't even have to give me your email. You just click it. I won't even know you've been there.
Arrow Factor doesn't have Twitter. How did you find us? Wow, I don't know any traders that don't have Twitter.
I mean, you could still click on that link and just go on the profile and click the link on the profile, right? You don't need a Twitter. I have a YouTube that's also in that link. Like all the links are on there, so you'll have to click into it. This is looking like the market might have found a low, Salma.
Yeah. It
For
the
NQ at least,
Russell,
it's where it should be.
the Russell and YM just will not stop.
Going up?
Yeah. You keep saying that, and it's like, yeah.
It's still just going up as the
Bro,
market, as NQ moves down, it's still just going up.
yeah, that's why I was telling you earlier, like when there is this divergence between the four indexes, like it makes me not want to trade. It makes me not want to participate because it's like, who do I believe? Who is telling the truth here? It's very, very difficult. And I'm not saying they all need
I
to
do
be on the
hate
same
divergence like
page.
that. I
Yeah,
hate it.
yeah. Like they don't need to be, on the same page per se, but like at least show me you're affected by the NASDAQ dropping. Like you're not, you're just showing complete strength. And yeah, it's rotation and there's, some earnings that push them. And I get that, but it's just like, it makes me not want to trade that. Yo, mama, I know you're not talking. Don't start with me, yo, mama. Oh yeah, dividend cake. I meant to say something about your other comment before. You were saying like, oh, YM will drop late in the afternoon. Probably, I think we might see a shift post Euro close.
Oh, here's something. Yeah, I get a lot of this all over my stuff. Someone asks, XY, in your free course, how do you expect people to set up the charts like you do? There's no info on that. First of
He
all, I don't expect
literally,
anyone to set up the charts the way I do. And there's a reason I haven't put out my charts for anything publicly is because I will become customer service. I'm not going to do so. You guys do have to understand, everything I've done is free. You want
uh,
hand-holding, you want guidance, you're going to pay me. You will pay me. I'm not doing that for free. So that's another thing. I'm not giving out my chart book. I'm not giving out how to set it up. That's work. I'm not trying to find another job. Why the playbook? Maybe it ain't for you, man. I'm sorry. Chat, can you help this? Can you help him maybe understand why I put out a playbook and why it exists? It's not a platform tutorial. Well, I hope anyone that's found value in it is in the chat.
he must have sent that question like 20 times.
I
Anyway,
just saw it. I just saw it now. Yeah, I haven't seen it.
that's the same guy who asked, why do we have affiliate codes, by the way?
Is it?
Yeah.
I
Why?
can see why. It's all starting to piece together now.
I bet you he is happy that you
Starting to
have a
piece
free
together.
playbook. He's happy you got a free playbook, but he's upset that you have an affiliate code.
Sorry to disappoint. Never meet your heroes.
Damn, a lot of people read your playbook.
Yeah, I
Wow.
honestly have no idea anything involving the playbook, who visits, how many visits it gets, if people even look at it. I just made it, had Leo park it there, and I don't know anything else about it. So I hope it helps, guys. You don't have to sign up. There's no email grab. There's no nothing. I don't know if anyone looks at it at all, but I hope it's helpful. It took me a while to make.
Oh, this is great. A lot of people saying great stuff about the playbook. Maybe I should check it out.
I'm actually surprised this many people have seen it.
Chat, maybe it's time I look at it.
Yeah, the playbook
Um,
wasn't a this is what I do and copy me. These are the things I do and look at, and maybe it can help you in your framework.
Holy moly. What the hell is this? Whoa.
It's the 9 EMA, Salma.
No, crew just pumped hella.
Ripped?
What the heck? Wow. All right. Um, someone in the chat said, surprising people get hate for the free content. Dude, people get hate just for existing. You could literally just be breathing and you might get called out for breathing the wrong way. So don't be surprised. Please. Salma, did you finish reading that book Leo sent you? Yes, Driver Trades. I did. I ended up going with the audiobook.
So he sent you a book, and then you said, "Yeah, I'll just buy the audio version instead."
Yeah. 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 Basically.
Fractal, ain't that the truth, man? The less you charge, the worse your customers. That's why if I ever like everyone's, oh, Discord this, I can't imagine running a free Discord. It would be hell. It would be actual hell. Because there's no gate between people who are actually looking to be serious and who's just coming in to shitpost and check it out and then cause a mess, cause a ruckus. It's really difficult.
Wow. Well, I think I'm probably not going to trade today. I'm good.
Yeah, A. Marshaw, the thing is, all right, so he says it wasn't hate, it was a legit question. There are dumb people like me who help setting up charts. So that's the thing you and I have in common, my good friend. We're both that dumb. I can't really set up charts. I got Leo to set it up for me. I tell him, look, I need this. I need this. Can you make it do this? Now, can you make it do this? And that's how it goes. So even with setup, I'm not like surprised. Yeah, it's ironic, but I'm not even the guy. So that's the funny part. Just like you are too dumb to set up a chart, man, so am I.
Man, dude, yeah, the audiobook is actually so someone is reading it out loud to you, but Goggins is there and in between like the different, I guess, chapters or whatever, he'll comment and he'll add stuff onto the story. So it was cool. It was a good audiobook. I recommend it. And listening to an audiobook is reading. You finish the book.
Tom Dog, I got a good proposal for you. I got a good rebuttal. So he says, so you should understand when other people ask for help. Oh no, I understand. I understand completely. Does it mean I have to help all these people set up a chart in my own time? So if someone were to tell me, hey, if you make free content to try to help people with their trading, you're also going to play customer support for however many people ask for your book. I'm not making shit. If someone told me that from the start, I'm not making shit. So look, it's free. Don't expect my time to handhold and guide for free. I will, if anyone wants my guidance, actual handholding guidance, you're going to fucking pay me. I did not get this far in trading to get another job.
This is crazy. That's why crude just pumped. Yeah, White House senior advisor saying, so he got asked about gasoline prices. He says Trump broke OPEC. Oil will flow like never before when Hormuz opens. The futures markets expect oil prices to go down a lot. Somehow, some way, crude is pushing off of that.
There's always something.
Oh, and Craig just posted something too.
Act again in Iran. Ensure regime cannot threaten Israel for
Oh my
years to come.
goodness.
There's
It's the
always
same
something.
stuff.
The market is so unserious. It really is, man.
F
Cool.
Trade. I get my news from Financial Juice. You can also get it from Walter Bloomberg, or you can hang out in the chat here, and Craig and Tracy will be posting the news as well. So,
Yeah, Chad, that's why I don't have a mentorship. I'm not gonna, hold someone's hand for X amount of time and do all that. because the fee that would get me to actually be willing to do it would be way too high anyway. So why even offer that? Forget it.
Like,
And
how
also, if you're
high?
looking to DM me and say whatever fee, I'll pay it. Don't save your time. I'm not doing a mentorship. I
Oh,
get
there
so
you
many of
go. You
those.
already have someone in the chat saying, serious question, how much would it cost for your mentoring?
I haven't even gone as far as to think about it, and I won't because there's no point because I'm not going to do a mentorship. No course, no mentorship. You can bank on that.
That's so funny. They're all trying to convince you how.
Will never happen. Trade for freedom.
Oh, what if it was someone's make-a-wish? Would you then do it?
A make-a-wish?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be morbid, but
XY
what
is
would that
like,
knowledge
nope.
benefit you? I would be like, why, if you're a make-a-wish situation, why would you want to learn this? Enjoy your life. Baccarat course, now we're talking. So that's something I'm working on, Jim. I'm just kidding. Baccarat mentorship, maybe. Trading, no.
Oh, here we go. Tape is picking up again. This is so annoying. Would you do it for Panda Express every day?
I'd consider it and then eventually decline it.
He
But
can also just afford his own Panda,
Not a
guys.
bad offer. Reginald says, if I ever learn how to trade, I'm not telling anyone anything. E.
Yeah, Panda trading. There is absolutely no course, no book, no anything that you can take that will make you profitable if you're not willing to do the work. Like, I really wholeheartedly believe that experience is the only way that you can reach profitability. You have to go through the losing process. You have to go through the learning process. You need to get your psych down packed. Those are all things that you need to do on your own. There's no mentor or anything that can really help. The only way a course or a book or anything like that helps is just with the knowledge aspect of things. But like YouTube is free. You can go on YouTube University and
The
just go
greatest
down.
university.
How about the fact that you have ChatGPT, Claude, all at your fingertips? Like, you really don't need to be paying anyone thousands of dollars.
Also, I think
Use
there's
that.
something to be said about
Yeah.
people who are in the game and want answers delivered and hand holding and stuff like that. Like, you can't be bothered to put in the real sweat,
Mm.
grind, figure out your own data frameworks. I hate to say it, but you won't make it. This game requires extreme perseverance. And if you can't find that to do the simple things like finding out how to use a platform or set up this or that, it's just not going to work, man. You're in an arena full of sharks who would do the work for 26 hours if they could a day. Yeah, AJV 333. That is a good point too. It is really about the executions, the operator. You can learn anything and everything in a book, in a video, and this and that. You can have all the answers, but operating within the market is so tough. You can sit here and call every top and bottom and levels. The market's going to go here. But unless you know how or a real framework to execute, you've only got 10% of the picture, right? Execution is at least like 85 to 90% of the whole thing. Consider and call markets all day, which is what all the gurus do. But executing is different. So many days I can call the market like a pro. I'm calling this, I'm calling that. It went here, it went there, and then I lost money. At the end of the day, I'm actually red. Like,
Yeah.
that's a real possibility.
I mean, I can put myself on the spot right now. Like, at the beginning of the stream, I did say I wanted to see a retest of this 242 level here. Well, why is it not working? Okay, it won't let me draw. But yeah, I wanted a retest of this 242 level, and I said if it held, then I would be looking to get long. I didn't do that. And I did also say I think we'd get to the top of the range, which would be at 544. We did exactly that, and I didn't execute on that, and I ended up shorting it, obviously for a loss. So yeah, sometimes you can have the right idea and horrible execution, and it happens.
Actually, I think this is a perfect example. I think earlier I said, Salma, I think we've seen the low right here, right? We gave all the reasons why we might have seen the low. Am I making money off of it? $0.
Yeah.
I made the call. It's working out. 100 points ago. How many dollars have I made? 0.
All right. That's not to
So-
say that you should be like taking every single one of your ideas and you should be trading 24/7, but it just goes to show you that sometimes you can have the right idea and you just can sit here and lack the execution. And then your next trade, you can have a bad idea, execute, and lose. It's just like, it is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
We just
Rocha
cleared.
says, just pass a lucid eval.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Good job. We just cleared the 9 EMA on the 5-minute for the first time all day on the NASDAQ. So watch this 5-minute candle, see what it does. You might be right, XY. This might be the bottom for the day.
For the day, who knows? But it could be it's definitely like it could be the bottom for now. And then because it's like, okay, we've made a choice. We're not interested in dealing this range still. They're gonna go upside, rotate through. And if they make another choice here, that's like, we're also not willing to deal this range. The market then shifts. Now it has more answers like, wait, we still need to sell, but they're not willing to bid through here. So we can't sell through here. Now, if we need to sell this, we're going to have to move down with it, right? So as the market makes, to me, as the market makes choices, it'll present the next and the next. So it's always, hey, like someone said, I'm not predicting the market. I'm just, hey, waiting for it to make choices. Like, okay, well, if you don't want to do this, you'll probably do this. And when you get up here, if you don't want to extend it, you're probably going to go back down. And if you're going back down, you see the market sees now, like, yeah, we went all the way up here and still no interest. They might crack that through. So, decision by decision by decision, very price agnostic. Let them figure it out and get on with it.
Yeah. Someone said, what about RTY? I mean, Chris, the Russell has been on an absolute tear. We are nearing previous day high here. We're about 2 points away. See what happens once we sweep it, what the reaction is. And then someone else says, Marie says, $200 away from a payout, just need one more short scalp. I would recommend you just take the day, come back tomorrow. You're $200 away.
You guys wouldn't believe how many payouts I've screwed up.
Being $200 away. Yeah.
Oh, man. I've done it all, guys. You think, oh, man. I've done it all.
Take the day.
So
Trust
many
us.
times over. And like evals, when it's like, I need $10 to pass. And now I'm buying another account. Dude, it's all bad.
Here's the other thing. This is like some good advice I one time I heard another trader say. The market does not know what your progress is like on these accounts. It doesn't know if you're close to blowing the account, doesn't know if you're close to a payout, doesn't know anything about you. If you just sit and wait for your setup and you take that setup, you can have an easy trade and you can secure, for example, that $200 that you need. But if you're going to sit here and rush it, you're going to get cooked. And it sounds like you're really, really excited for this payout. It sounds like you're really eager and you might do something dumb that you may regret. And not for nothing, but this price action today has not been the cleanest. I mean, across the board, the indices are not on the same, they're not on the same page. We have news that's constantly coming out. Just take the day. Tomorrow's Friday. How nice would it be if you paid yourself on a Friday? Trust me, that $200 can be the hardest $200 that you'll have to make. Just don't do it to yourself.
Knox, XY, how many evals did you go through before starting to become profitable consistent? Ah, man.
Let's not talk about that.
I can't even count that high, sir. I can't count that high. When I say that I would not be here without props, I really mean that.
Yeah, me too.
I really
100%.
do. Do you have any material that you learned a lot from that you would recommend? A lot, dude. YouTube has a lot of stuff. Um, Apart from like the typical, I would say I don't want to say like the way I utilize volume profile is I haven't really found anything that similar out there, or just the way I frame things. I don't know if like there's something similar, but in terms of learning order flow basics, volume profiling, even like more advanced volume profiling, oh man, it's everywhere. Axia is what everybody that trades order flow knows right out the gate. Axia futures on YouTube. Um, really good content, obviously free, right? I learned a lot from being in OFL, having the tools and kind of like mentally reverse engineering, right? So you would see a tool fire off and slowly you're like, huh, the order flow tends to look like this right before it fires off. And it kind of like you're reverse engineering. So you're learning it faster. That really expedited my learning curve with order flow. Like anything specific? I don't know. But now there's just so much stuff compared to when I was learning it, right? And it's free. It's on YouTube. I will preface this. There are a lot of new order flow gurus who used to be price action or who used to be ICT. Everyone's order flow now. It's the thing. It's the new buzzword. It's garbage. I've seen it. 100K subs, 500K subs. I make a gazillion dollars per hour. I've seen their content. There's better free content out there. So I'll preface with that. But Nick's got a free course, like an actual course, totally free. I've got a YouTube video. I have a YouTube, but I wouldn't say it's like beginner friendly. I don't know. The chat can maybe give you some guidance on that. I wouldn't expect it to be beginner friendly. So I'm not sure if that would help. But everything I do, I give it the way it is, whether it's through the playbook or on YouTube. But Axia Futures, absolutely. And that will probably give you a bunch more related videos. The algo will find you. You'll get more order flow content. There's also literally the website that my playbook is housed at, which is paintingthetape.net. Leo's got his own playbook there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. But yeah, we're getting that rotation up because they found that low, and the next choice will be made in the upper ranges, probably around 350, 360s, where VWAP's sitting now. And the next choice they make there will give the next leg. So right now it's kind of thin on the interest above it, but what does that mean then? If the market goes up there, it still fails to build enough interest, it's probably going to rotate back down, get us stuck in this range. Like I said, 330 point IB, it's very extended, or it's very wide. It's less of a chance to extend, really. And if the market goes up and starts building, that means earlier when the market sold off, there wasn't that much interest, but now there is. Should you really be fading that? So you use all of that as information and kind of like overlay the new information to the old information. Yeah, Meek's cap. Yeah, I don't ever plan to make beginner content because I think there's just so much better beginner content already out there than I could ever make. So there's like no point in me making it. If I wanted to like maybe drive a bunch of traffic to my YouTube, if I really wanted to, it's probably the play, and get some titles where like this makes me $5,000 a second, or how I became a gazillionaire, stuff like that. it's not something I'm looking to do at the moment.
Guys, just an FYI, little heads up. Trump is hosting a farewell ceremony for King Charles. So you never know if he's going to throw a curveball or say something. So just be wary of that. I just saw the link. So damn, XY, you really marked the bottom.
It's the bottom for now.
For now, the local bottom.
See what kind of choice they make up here. And yeah, if the market still doesn't want to deal upside of this distribution, everyone's kind of like, all right, well, the buyers aren't willing to buy up here. Sellers aren't willing to sell down there for now. If I want to sell, I got to step down. If I want to buy, I'll wait for it to buy lower, something like that. Reload Biz says, XY, I'm your number one glazer.
That is crazy.
We having a glaze off? I appreciate the support, man. I'm glad I
He
can
appreciates the
provide
glaze.
I'm glad I can provide value. I do what I will do for free, but I won't handhold. That's for sure. Umetso says, if I was an absolute beginner and I saw XY channel, I would go to a trendline channel. Yeah, that's why I don't have that many subs or views, right? It's not beginner friendly. It's not something you click into like, oh, I'm interested. I want to stay here. I legit make it for you guys. So if it's an audience that's like, I don't trust this guy, he's no P&L, no broker statement, but it's not for them. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, it's like if I were looking to gain new audience as traction, like there's different ways to do it. Definitely wouldn't be like this. A thumbnail of a chart book that people can't even understand. Like, it's not a good idea.
Chris, I'm just trying to help. You already know what I'm doing. Yeah. White screen.
Flashbang.
Oh God, it actually hurts now. I honestly, looking back at it, I have no idea how I was doing
This
the
guy
whole
says
like
Salma
white
got
charts.
flashbang. What's my YouTube channel?
It's like XY with a bunch of Z's
It's
and E's.
XYZ trades, 3 E's. I believe it. Go on the description of the stream, and my Twitter link is in there, and in that is my YouTube link. Best I can do.
Yo, yo.
Yo,
Good
good morning.
morning.
Good morning.
How Yin's doing?
Oh, good.
Yens?
Ooh,
Yins.
you got a little fancy slang, huh?
I stole it off of XY. I mean, Stowe.
Yeah,
That's why I
don't
would
remember
never
saying
say that.
I don't remember ever saying that.
No, we wouldn't be saying that.
It's that Stowe Salma connection. Is that like Pittsburgh slang or something?
Yes. Pittsburghese. Salma's going to accidentally say that in Philly and get into a bunch of trouble one of these times.
Oh, you'll never catch me there, so don't worry about that. Unless, maybe. What's up, Leo?
Watching this trade run.
Oh, he's in a trade.
I'm expecting Leo and Stowe to be long from
Nope.
down there.
Wrong again.
You still the short king?
I was. I got a ton off, and then I only took one more shot at it. So I don't feel too ridiculous. But man, there was a big buyer down there at overnight low.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Wait, what's Leo in? Longs.
I'm sure he bought overnight low.
Yeah, I'm on 179.
Oh, Lottie freaking da. You bottom tick that. Nice.
Well,
No,
Hey,
the
that was a
bottom-
compliment. Thank you very much.
The bottom tick was 162.25. I didn't bottom tick it.
Close enough. See, I can't even be nice to him. You guys see this? Don't call me a bottom ticker. I missed it by 10 points.
If we can
You don't know what you're
Salma,
talking about. Don't ever speak to me again.
if we can get you to install the Freedom, we can show you how to see when the buyer of all buyers shows up.
She's gonna
which
get
happened down
cross-eyed if she got that on, man. You know, she looks at the markets for 23 hours a day. She's gonna be
That's
staring
true.
at the DOM for 23 hours, get cross-eyed.
I'd lose my mind. I'm good.
there. XY, what's your Globex compression?
Globex, what does that even? I'd be like, Salma, you need to uninstall that thing right now. If
What'd
you
I
ask me
do?
questions like that.
Oh, nothing. I'm just making jokes.
Did somebody just call me a closet bear?
I wouldn't say you're in the closet about it.
Yeah, I'm not even in the closet. What are you talking about?
Leo's like in the entryway bear.
The at the threshold.
The threshold bear. All right.
Isn't that what they used to say to Biggie or about Biggie?
Hmm.
One blew this way, one blew that way. He was cross-eyed.
Trying to
Messed up.
see. Are we gonna get it?
Oh, thank you, Hal.
I'm trying
Appreciate
to punch
that.
through this low volume node from this morning right now.
Leave it be,
And
Leo.
if we get through that, I think the overnight high and the Abbey high are in play. That's what I think.
We're so overbought up here.
Is your RSI indicator going off?
It's firing.
Who's
If
got
all-
RSI? You got RSI?
All of my indicators are firing right now.
Stowe leaves for 6 weeks and he's got fucking RSI on his charts.
That would be funny.
Wow.
All right,
Maybe
it's that
low day,
time.
huh? Maybe low day.
Dude, maybe. Did you call
Leo
it?
can hold this
He
till the
did.
market closes, dude,
Did XY
Might
do
as
the
well.
Did XY call it, but
and not trade it.
unfortunately
Yep.
not trade it? All right, fair
Come
enough.
on, man. You know me. I
That's
can't
my
trade. I
favorite
can only
kind. I
call.
love doing that.
He's a
XY
shot
called
caller.
it. Leah traded it.
Yeah, come on, man. You know me, Stowe. I can't trade it. I can only call 3 things, and one of them will be right.
Holy Moses, look at this. Let's go talk to 420 guy. Can anybody sell this thing anymore? Holy crap.
It's not legal to sell anymore. It's been outlawed.
I thought it was so over. I guess it
Dude.
was just so over for a second.
Yes, new highs on the way. Cool, huh?
We'll see what happens when we get back to the open. It was so mad. It sold very hard. I need to find a short just so I can fade Leo. I don't know where it's going to be though. If they won't stop
If
buying it, I
you
feel
get short, you might die. Your chair might explode. The whole chair will explode.
you still owe me a chair throw from yesterday. You see, my
Was
short
it-
entry
was
was
it
the top 10.
End of day, or was it when I got off stream? I don't remember. I'm still sitting
I don't
on it
know.
right now.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Spending my last few moments with this chair.
after FOMC.
Well, it's time for me to get out of here. I don't know if Salma wants to leave, but she's going
No,
to have
I'm
to.
trying to boogie.
All right, peace.
Trying to boogie. Salma, you can stay.
I'm trying to
I'm
boogie
leaving.
on out of here.
I'll see
You
y'all, chat.
guys have a great day. Ciao, chat. Bye.
Good
XY.
luck,
Nice.
and have fun holding that long for another 4 hours, 5 hours for 600 points, Leo.
Might as well.
See you guys.
Later.
Peace.
Bye.
Well, good morning, Mr. Big Cat. How are you today?
I'm well. Just trying to stay warm. It's cold here.
Dude, yeah, it's 38 degrees here. Sucks.
Yeah. Let's see. What is the temp here today? Just nothing. Why is the weather app broken?
Too cold. It broke Oklahoma.
Well, it's 58 here, so it's not quite as cold. But anyways, yeah, I'm good, man. What about you?
Good. Pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, doing great, actually.
How's college?
Dude, it's hard. So tired of this psychology class. This lady, like, yeah, I'm annoyed at the inefficiency of professors. I find myself in a brand new thing where my TISM is getting mad at something else. And that's like, I don't know. It was like 3 weeks without grading anything. And I'm like, how the hell am I supposed to know if I'm doing the right thing or not? I'm just clicking this button and sending papers in. These could all come back 0. And I would be like, well, I didn't know. And
Yeah.
I know she's just using Claude to grade them too.
You know that for a fact.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she's putting the big dashes in the feedback.
The M dash.
The M dash.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
That's dead giveaway.
Oh my goodness.
Even if you use them now, you got to delete them.
It's almost as bad as when you read somebody's tweet and it actually has link in parentheses and it just says link. That's the second worst way. There's a lot of those going around too.
Mm-hmm. Been watching NT Live for a few months and finally subscribed and smashed that like because you guys deserve the support.
You waited months?
I mean, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. I like the commitment though. You know, thank you for the support. We appreciate that.
You know, my kid will be watching like Preston Plays or whatever dummy doing Roblox stuff. And as soon as they say like and subscribe, she's like, oh my God, Dad, have you not liked and subscribed this? Give me the remote. And so my algorithm's getting a little weird.
Be in his room pretending to be on his stream, like YouTube stream, and he'll be like and subscribe. Make sure you like and subscribe.
Let us know in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
It's brutal. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll see. We'll see what this generation decides to be up to.
Well, based on Gen Z language, I don't think we're going in the right direction.
No, certainly not.
They literally just talking memes.
I hope that the 6-7 thing goes away, but I really don't think that it will.
No, I think it's dying already.
I thought so too. But then at the softball game, the entire dugout was just chanting 6-7 as like the hey batter. They just kept saying 6-7 over and over again. So maybe your part of the country is getting rid of it.
Yeah, I would be looking for new highs on this trade. I mean, I only have 2 left. Started with a little more, but I don't have any reason to close it early. And if they're going to bid it out from here, like if we're going to leave this range for the day, you know, we should proceed forward to new highs. I mean, we could target 30,000, but I don't think it will get there today. What were your first scale outs? I mean, pretty much standard. So I was bidding after we took out the overnight low, I was bidding into these 85s. And here and here. And the reason for that is because, you know, we have a pretty nice B-shaped profile, like an early morning B. What I mean by that is there's, you know, look at the volume profile. It's pretty thin here. And there's a fat distribution here. So that generally is indicative of passive bid down in the bottom of this range that sellers can't get through. And so once they broke the overnight low, you know, I'm looking for that. Just to be taken out before I get longs, you know, because we had a nice open drive lower. And so once I got taken out, I started looking for those longs, and I would enter, get out, get back in, scale out, get back in, scale out. So I kind of work this range as like a whole trade idea and willing to bid at the edges of this profile. As long as there was good buying on the tape, you know, all that good stuff. So that was it. So my scales would be, you know, between 20, 30 points, 40 points, and then, I took off. I had, I think, 5 for 100 or maybe 6 for 100. I scaled out 4 of those. So I've got these 2 left. Sorry, that was kind of a long answer.
Good trade, homie.
I mean, the
Sitting,
market
sitting pretty.
is agreeing with me, I guess.
Do you know what's been bringing me great joy over the last couple days? Do you remember that? You remember that pretty wonky IB stat that made me grouchy a while ago about how which side sets first means that's the one that will break?
Wait, what?
You remember I was complaining about this thing, like if the lower side of the IB sets first, whichever side we happen to be closer to, that's the side that's going to break statistically, blah, blah, blah. And I got all weird about that. That's actually not been happening the last couple days. So
Okay.
this is the funniest one. This is really good down here.
This is hilarious.
Dude. If NQ goes all the way to break the upper IB after being 8 points away from it down here, I mean, we're closer to this one. I love when the stats do weird stuff like that.
Now we got to contend with the OR mid.
I know, it's my only hope. 420 guy and OR mid at the same time. That's what I'm patiently waiting for.
It was not touched today, so it's a naked mid.
ES is looking so strong though. ES is above.
I'm looking for the IBI to take one off, and then overnight high to take the other. So for those asking.
Bray trades. Good morning. And I am hoping to hoist the cone, but we just dropped the last 3 games to the Cardinals, which are not a good team and in rebuild mode. So no cones have been hoisted over here the last couple days.
So the key is the DLL early in the morning before the IB is set. Isn't that the truth?
Hey, Leo, how did AJ from Lucid start to work with you on painting the tape?
Wait, what?
That's a real question in there.
What?
Someone asked how AJ from Lucid started to work with you on painting the tape.
AJ and I have known each other since 2020.
It's the other way around, by the way. That's AJ from painting the tape, who now does Lucid stuff.
Yeah. We did a podcast together called Painting the Tape, me, AJ, and Stowe. And then sometime around later, AJ said he was going to start a prop firm.
And then we laughed. But then he did.
Can someone drop the DOM link? The production can. It's ntprop.tools. That's the website.
Leo, in your honor, because I know you can't take it.
You're short.
I'm short. So
Okay. Okay.
I want to make sure all our bases are covered here.
You can take my trade that I can't take because
Exactly.
I'm long.
I would normally be long from the overnight low, annoyed at the OR mid. So this is good. Leo, you should put your stop loss right below your entries so you'll have a 50R trade. It is all about how good you look on stream. That's usually how we structure our risk to reward. Legend Algo says, Stowe, I finished the Nick course, but I think I'm not understood all the concepts. Is that normal? Yes. There's a lot of concepts to understand. I mean, trading's hard. There's a lot going on. If you're going to try to learn volume profile, delta stuff, DOM stuff, price action, I mean, it's going to take you longer than it takes you to finish a course. for sure. You're going to have to spend years.
Now I have
Someone's-
a 44 million R trade here. My stop loss is at way above the entry.
Good. Perfect. Stowe, on the Freedom, is there any videos or the material that has more detail on it and its settings? I think there will be, right,
Not
Leo?
yet. I'm going to try to record that this weekend.
I'm also going to do my my Dom setup stuff this weekend too.
Oh,
So,
you are?
yes.
Sick.
Dom for Dummies. Dude, I saw this video of this kid. I mean, I tweeted it as a joke, but there was this video of this kid that he's juggling 3 Rubik's Cubes, and while he's juggling them, he solves them. All 3 of them. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. It was incredible. And that's how I feel using the Dom. Yes,
By dummies, for dummies.
Yeah.
Actually, I would go harder than that, but I don't want to say the word on YouTube.
Nope.
So we'll just stick with dummies. I'm a big dummy. We could actually just call it the dummy Dom.
The dummy Dom.
Will you guys get leg to leg delta? Yes, that's next. Is there a way you can replay the order flow data for backtesting? You can replay NinjaTrader. Yep, you can use that.
If you have any questions about that, I should
Don't
be able
ask
to
me.
answer them after the weekend because I need to figure that out for these videos. So that's on my list.
Stowe, can you also come here and help me finish moving the last bits out of my old house?
Yeah. How much you
Thanks.
got?
It's so overwhelming.
What you need? You got boxes? You got
Just like
tables?
it's just all kinds of stuff, man.
Okay. Well, as is customary around these parts, I will require 1 Domino's pizza. I will also accept Papa John's, something else as payment. But yeah, I'll help you
I
move.
prefer Papa John's, but yeah.
That's fair. I did figure out how to make Domino's better. I have to ask for a well done bake, and it's better over here. At least
I
my
do well done extra sauce.
Okay. Are you doing pan? Are you doing New York style? What are you doing?
It depends on where it's from. I like Domino's pan.
Yeah.
I like Pizza Hut pan. Not a fan. Higher movers. I did higher movers. It's just all the little things that you don't like. It was a short, like it wasn't a long distance move. So we're moving 5 miles away. So because of that, you're kind of like, oh, well, I can grab that later. I can grab that later. And we ended up with a whole house of things we can grab later. And so now we're just making like little trips of, boxes of random stuff.
Man, my movers canceled on me from my last house, and I ended up moving pretty much everything in the Prius. And I drove it like an hour each way. It took me weeks and weeks. It was a freaking nightmare. And after that, that's the last time. Oh, that's a good idea. Have a garage sale or a rummage sale.
I can't be bothered to do all that. A garage sale? I think they're illegal in my neighborhood. They have to
That's
be
how you
done
know,
at a certain
folks. That's how
time.
you know Leo doesn't live anywhere close to a Wendy's.
Actually, there is a Wendy's. 1, 2, let's see, 2 miles, 3 miles away.
All right.
There's a Wendy's. There's a Wendy's. There's a Lowe's. There's Walgreens. and something else. There's a whole little shopping center.
That's good. Yoda has a
Just
good point. You
leave
could
it
just
there and
leave
buy new
everything
shit.
there. Yeah.
I mean, that's okay. So everything, the big stuff that's still there is going to the dump.
Joel, my Prius is a 2010. That baby is old enough to drive itself.
Are you
The
still
big
driving the
plan-
Prius?
Yeah,
Big dog?
baby. It might seriously be on its last summer. I don't know. The
What is
joke.
your next vehicle going to be?
I don't know. I'll probably just get a Subaru again. Probably just get another Sub. I really like that thing.
Which one?
Do we just have a Forester? But it's like, it's great in the snow. Good size for the kid. It's not too big.
I was hoping you would say like WRX.
I don't even know what car. XY was talking about a car yesterday, and I thought he was talking about a watch. It's really difficult to justify not having 4-wheel drive over here, especially having to go back to my parents' house. Like those maniacs get like 2 feet of snow in a day sometimes, and they expect you. Everybody is expected to have 4-wheel drive up there, and if you don't, you're asking for it.
Mm-hmm.
The bit I would really, really like to do with the Prius is if it gets old enough, I can get classic plates for the Prius. I think the Pennsylvania classic plate cutoff is 18 years. That would be the most hilarious thing in the world to have classic plates on a 2010 Prius.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm going for. But I mean, I don't know who's going to think that's funny other than me, but most of my bits are just for myself anyway.
Yeah. Are you guys using the hey,
Hey,
comma.
hey, Fractal. Hi.
Fractal, comma should go there. Hey, comma. Are you guys using the leg-to-leg delta profile for anything different than the delta profile on the DOM? So I use the DOM one for like shorter legs, and this one for longer legs. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think I have my DOM one at 30 and my chart one at 60.
Do I think this is a good time to enter another long? No, because we're at resistance, like an area that I would get short. So
Generational resistance.
Yeah. I wouldn't enter a long because I think right here is an area that could be sold, which is why Stowe is short. And so I would not be entering new longs right now.
Hi, it's me, the short king. Remember me from yesterday? Always short now.
Do you always try longs towards the bottom of the range and shorts at the top of the range? I mean, they tell you to buy low and sell high. I think that's great advice.
That's what I try to do for sure.
Not to make a joke of your question. But
No.
Yeah,
It's sometimes the bottom of the range is only the bottom for the moment that you're in that trade, and then the bottom gets a little lower than that.
Yeah.
So that's why we're laughing. We laugh. We are laughing.
Yeah, we try to have fun. Well, the reason that I got into the longs is because we took out the overnight low and we found buyers that rotated it up pretty nicely. And so bidding here and bidding here at the edges of that does make sense when you see buyers on the DOM and there's, you have a structural reference point for why other people would be interested in, holding the market. So it's not just, I see a range, let me buy the bottom of it. There's more that goes into it than that.
Yeah, there was pretty gnarly just buying down there, and which you can see on the DOM. You can see it on the Delta volume profile. I mean, it was a big blue block, and everybody got rewarded pretty instantly. This is like, I don't know, I should have bought it, but I just ended up covering into it. But we had like this huge liquidation here. I was very happily short into that. And then Delta flipped down here once we punched the overnight low, retest, and then this final guy was a very annoying third test. But you can see, like, this is actually a good example of how I like to use volume candles. So you can see price action. You can see the vibe of this is like a seller exists, and then just look at this context change. This is just goodbye. And the vibe of the tape changed up there too, quite a bit as well. Like, no seller crossing the spread anymore. Everybody was getting out.
Fractal has confirmed more due diligence and his punctuation. So I appreciate that, Fractal.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stowe can sleep better at night now that you're using proper punctuation. What's the green line you're short from, Stowe?
That's
the chat wants to know.
That's the G line, baby. Or no, it's not. That's one of the G lines. That's the baby G line. It's the OR mid. A trade that I showed Leo a long time ago was when we build volume outside of the 5-minute opening range. Oftentimes the retest of the 5-minute OR mid is a good spot to look for continuation towards that volume. And he took that idea and stole it for himself, and now he uses it pretty consistently. Some of this stuff, Knox, is just an attempt to wonder if Leo's listening when I'm talking or not. I don't know if he is. Sometimes he definitely is, but sometimes he's busy. So it's all about a question.
Well, I'm excited to announce to you guys that I wasn't listening.
I knew it. Oh, we got him, chat. Good. So remember what I said, and nobody tell Leo, because what I said is true, and no one can dispute it because he didn't hear it. All right. Anyways, go ahead. What would you like to announce, Leo?
Hang on.
Carl, I'll answer your question real fast. How to attach the DOM to your chart?
Please hold off on speaking about this until Monday.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's a secret.
Can't speak about it until Monday. Something cool is coming.
Oh, so you're not going to
I was instructed not to talk about it until Monday, Stowe.
Oh, I thought you guys were. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you were going to still tell us, but we can't talk about it until Monday. So it was going to be like a group secret.
I think they might get mad about that.
I see. Who is they? Like the white van or the real they?
The real they.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, those guys exist. Sorry, chat. That's right.
Do you want the hair reveal? Do you guys want the hair reveal that bad?
I mean, don't do it today on a random Thursday. Let's hype it up a little bit. Come on, that's a big bit. We can't just ruin it right now. Hold on, let me answer that dude's question. So the DOM doesn't attach to your chart. It lives in its own
window.
Its own window. So you don't attach it anywhere. You just have it floating around wherever you choose.
Is that why you ignore me when I asked the same question yesterday? Excited they have taken an interest. Free hair, free DOM. You won't. I'm just gonna come on one day with no hat on, with my hair done, and everyone is gonna be totally surprised. I'm not even gonna announce it. We're not gonna do a bit about it. I'm just gonna come on.
Can I just say, if the price goes down from here, this is the textbook of absorption is a process, because good Lord.
We are processing the absorption.
Yeah, I'm in great pain. Just waiting. Yeah, Chunky's boy, right. Well, once you give them one thing, they're going to ask for something else. So, yeah, I say we don't ever let the hair bit die, because once you give it to them, they're just going to keep asking for weird stuff.
I think I should take off the hat
Okay, cool. Like right now
eventually.
or just someday?
Someday.
Oh, okay. All right.
Fractal. But the problem is that I've been off on almost every deadline, so it's just par for the course.
Well, buyers. Lord, I'm going to add. All right, fool me once. Shame on somebody. I don't know. Dom's getting wiggly. What time is it? Is that London closing right now? I don't like the 7,200 just standing there. Oh, goodness. Don't start chasing price. Ah! Vanquished. I'm still alive, though. No, I'm not. I got to fill that 24 guy. Got to, right? I got some of them. Come on. What are you doing? Go get them.
We're getting insight into what Stowe does, not on stream.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
This is great. Self-talk.
You guys don't like my inner monologue?
Everybody
thought I was tilting yesterday or the other day, and I'm like, this is just what I talk. This is just how I talk.
Maybe yesterday was like a weird chat thinks we're all tilting because they were saying Nick was tilting too.
It wasn't yesterday then. Must have been Monday.
Okay.
All right. Now that I'm stopped out.
Don't leave you hanging on the free scrolling. I won't. That's coming too.
It's actually going to be really nice.
Brad Pitt and Legends of the Fall. Let me see. Let me look. I don't know. I've never seen that movie, so I would just need to look.
It's like that's like 90s. That's 90s Brad Pitt, my friend. That's a high compliment.
Do you know what's funny about that is I used to want hair that long, and I've tried to grow out my hair like 100 times, and I get to that awkward stage.
You just
I'm like, fuck you, cut it all off.
Yep. I made it really far one time, and everybody pretended that I didn't look like a maniac, which was nice of the people around me. But truth be told, that was insane, and I don't recommend doing that ever again. I looked like the Undertaker, which was cool. Don't get me wrong. Try again.
So you're not allowed to show us how to set up the free DOM. Taylor, I spent, along with Kane, no shit, more than 2 weeks. We put a website, a registration page, and there is a manual that covers every single component of the free DOM. Every column, every color setting, every et cetera, et cetera.
Question though, do you have to read the manual?
You do have to read.
Okay.
So there's that. And then earlier we said, Stowe even said he was going to do one too, is a video on a setup that you also won't watch, but we'll put it out there.
But use code Stowe if you don't watch it. Also like and subscribe.
So yes,
it's
we
pretty
are allowed to show you how to set up the free DOM.
Yeah, for sure, man.
There's an entire website that has a full manual to show you the setup.
That would actually kind of be cool if we weren't. If it was like, okay, you can put this out, but you can't ever say anything about the settings.
Can you put the manual on
everybody
Spotify?
die.
Can you put the manual on Spotify? What about
I'll do that.
What about an audiobook?
I'll do that. I'll do an audiobook with a PDF. It's pretty easy.
I deserve that. No, I'm just playing. Hopefully you guys know I'm never serious. Like we're just having fun.
No, Leo said he's got deeper secrets at play for later. So we can all be excited. Yeah, that's what you said. You said Monday.
Did I say that?
Yes. Am I the only one that's listening to this show? Is anybody else listening or just me?
Can you buy the manual in hardcover? Yes, you can.
We can print those.
You can't buy the free DOM, but you can buy the book.
There you go. Sil W2G said Monday.
It's not free enough. You also want healthcare and 10% more access each year.
It's funny.
Where is the site? ntprop.tools. You can also find it on my Twitter. It's pinned. I haven't done the whole link tree thing.
Why not?
Oh, look.
It's free.
NinjaTrader was so kind.
Oh, thanks.
To put the link right in the chat.
I like that they spelled it dome. Is Jim typing that?
Who did that?
Who typed that? Was that Jim?
I need to know. Who is behind the NinjaTrader account right now?
That must have been Jim. There's no other person. There's no other person that would have done that.
Come on, reveal yourself.
Show yourself. Chat, do you know why old floor traders call the DOM the dome? Because it's a really funny story, and I'm glad that I know it. It's a little tidbit I pulled out. Oh, cran lines. You want me to talk about getting stopped out and getting back in? Well, there's not much to say other than I did. Up here, let's go back. Oh, make sure you guys can see this. Sorry, let's do some market stuff for a second. All right. So up here, 424, 425. There was a bunch of resting liquidity after we pierced up into this 420 guy. Buyers were really buying. I assumed that I was going to get smacked, and I did. I got stopped at I think my stop was 426. We ended up getting up to, was it like 30? Yeah, 35. When we did that, let me pull this back up. No. There's the DOM. Okay. When we did that, oops, let me pull this back down. Okay. When we did that at 435, do you see this little hole right here? This is a little exhaustive pop that happened right there at those highs. And then immediately a seller started to cross the spread back over. And so once we got back below the OR mid and back below this high, and this seller was still partying, and then this seller got rewarded at 413, that's where I got in. So I'm trying to press. Also, this delta flip didn't hurt. So I'm trying to press in with this seller after this exhaustion happened. So if this is proper exhaustion, which is how this often happens, you'll see absorption, 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 which I was complaining about. I said absorption is a process. This sucks 1,000 butts. And then you'll get this little pop, and that's marked by that little hole in the DOM. You can see some exhaustion, and then you'll see a seller step back in. So all I'm trying to do is catch that exhaustion going the other way and get back into value. The end. Thanks for coming to episode 1 of DOMs for Dummies. Also, thanks for noticing that trade. I'm very appreciate you.
Are they going to did they clip that? I was trying to stay silent so they could clip that. Kind of like your what is it, poor high thing?
I don't know. Maybe it'll turn into a social media clip. Sometimes I try to make sure to say like one smart thing a show, just so I can maybe make the cut into the content list. Thank you, KTV. Appreciate you. I mean, sometimes an idea takes a second to figure itself out, and like sometimes you need to get stopped out. You can always get back in. No rule against that. Promise.
I'm willing to take a trade a few times. I'm not scared of taking the same idea.
And then
The
we can
stop
kind of
out
like,
is just my pause to, make sure that I still want to be in the trade.
yeah, Leo needs about 10 to 15 seconds to throw his hat across the room, and then he's ready. And that's what the stop loss is for.
I have actually thrown a hat across the room several times and I just get a new one. I don't pick up the old hat for like weeks.
There's a box of fresh OFL hats to Leo's left, and as soon as he whips one, he cracks a fresh one, throws it back on, and then he's ready to
That's
trade
why
again.
I won't mail you. That's why I won't mail anyone one. I keep them.
He needs
myself.
them all. I like that idea. That's good. Yeah, I'll probably, so KTV, now I'm watching this. So now that we're in this trade, we're like 40 points in. And the idea is, like, I'm not really scalping this. I'm trying to get down here, right? Like, I'm trying to get back to this part of the party. Because, I mean, it's possible. There's a bunch of volume down there. So as this goes down, I'm watching pullbacks to see if selling is going to absorb and keep pushing down on the way. So I'm looking for blue delta to show up like it did here, 738. That's also these little lows that were previous support. And then I'm looking for selling to be rewarded. So I would need this 360 guy to win and then get down here. Then we'll probably get down to previous day high, and then we'll probably come back to here. If it's going to do its thing, it's going to walk its way down. Probably. So now that I'm in this, I'll manage it. I'm just watching price action. I'm watching order flow to see who's hanging out.
Does Leo have a merch store? No, I don't have a merch store.
Yeah, I'll make one. I'll make a merch store for Leo. All right, so we got through VWAP there, and then you see this sweep. See this splash down here that happened? This was a bunch of selling, and then it immediately got back above it. So if we want this to continue, I mean, this could be an exhaustive push lower in that micro rotation. So, and you can also see that on the delta volume profile as well. You see how these numbers get smaller here. This is below my filter. And this passive buying, we're back above it. It's holding. So this is all stuff I'm watching in the moment.
I'm just going to add to this trade.
You should. That's a great spot to add. Ooh, NQ's about to rip. Target 27,520. Shot callers in the chat, baby. You know what that means. Rogue Shot's adding. Rogue Shot says, does anybody have a playbook for adding? Adding is hard. Adding to a winning trade is really difficult. At least
We
for
cover
me.
that in my playbook, and we also did a 2-hour podcast episode on it, on painting the tape.
Nobody listened to that, though.
Yeah, true.
They want to hear it now so that they can forget this also. Too long didn't read on that, my friend, is that
What he means is TLDR.
TLDR. You just need to have your own process for it. I like to treat it like it's a new trade. So if Leo wanted to add there, he saw the same little splash down that I did that got back above all that passive buying. If he wanted to add there, and if that was me, I'd now treat that as a new trade that needs its own 15-point stop loss, and I'd have a new spot where I was wrong. I can't be in that specific trade because I'm short from higher and I have a different thesis going on, but I see both sides of the coin. Nice.
I don't like that.
All right, cool. So we see this seller. Here's a little Dom stuff for you. So we pushed through and seller stacked some lots on. This is this 22 guy that's down here. 42, that's previous day high. This is going to be, a pain to get through for sure. But I don't want to get out of my trade because it's working. So that little bit of aggression was seller being rewarded there. Now we've auctioned back up, and now we're testing that previous spot. And we see this stacking, and we see them crossing the spread with the little white box. And some dude's just throwing some size on 49. I'm doing all kinds of turkey behavior now. That's in there, Don's keys. It's let me see if I can get it for you. Boop. So in bid and ask, you're going to come down here. And it's going to be last update highlight is what that's called. So here we are in the DOM settings, bid and ask, last update highlight. And I turn the cell border color to white smoke. So I do single most recent. So that only shows one side of the spread. I don't want to see both. I want to see where it is and where it went. And then I just choose white, and then I set the border of that to 3. So it's nice box. Nice little box for myself to look at. And I hope I don't get fired for showing you guys how to set up the DOM.
This trade's not working for me.
I don't think I can export my settings, but you can watch the 10-minute video that I'll create probably after I go to a softball game on Sunday. Leo, did I tell you I did. Never mind, I told you.
Wait, what?
They let me coach third base. It was so cool.
What was crazy about that picture is you're like, oh, they let me coach third base. And I was like, oh, well, there's something else in that picture that I'd be looking for. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's there too. Are you good?
I'm good. I'm fine. Yes, I'm so good. Third base coach. Third base coach for 6-year-olds is hilarious. Hilarious.
Add the feature to export settings to a file. What do you mean?
They want to be able to just use my settings, like from just plug it in and be like, this is Stowe's Dom, this is
Like a
Stowe's settings.
theme? Like you could export a theme?
Yeah, I think so.
We might be able to do that actually. I
And
don't
previous
know.
day high held there.
Maybe we can.
Well, the problem with the chart stuff is like, I mean, we could do settings, but you need every indicator that I have installed if you want to pull up my chart template. And also, like, there's a difference between
I just meant for the DOM.
No, I'm talking to the chat. Sorry, somebody asked that question.
Sorry.
Just to do the same with charts too, please. And I'm like, it's not that. It's really not that easy. Not that I wouldn't do it.
Working now. Ads are working now.
Yes, they are. I might do a little. See what happens here. Anybody home at 380s? Let's see, 95. Yeah, it's just going straight up. What time is it? 11:50. Sometimes this V range can be resistance on the way back, and we are still below it. We don't have any single prints, though, do we?
No.
Do it? No. Whoa. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to trim into that. Get back down to 3 here, and then adjust my stop. Oh damn! I had to redo my charts, and my ATM stuff isn't set yet. Okay,
Great
so
ad, Leo.
if you wanted to know how to add to a trade, that's how you do it. You add, and then it goes up, and then you take profit. And now you have, the original position on that you.
Yeah, just get good.
Get good.
And it all comes.
It's that easy, guys.
It all comes naturally once you get good. Everybody go to my Twitter and watch that video of that kid juggling 3 Rubik's Cubes, putting them together at the same time. And once you can do that, you can successfully add to trades. And you too can find financial freedom. Jim!
I mean, where else could you get such good advice other than you just get good? I mean, you can't get
only on NinjaTrader Live.
Only on NinjaTrader Live, baby.
Man, I wasn't sure what to do until just now. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Have you ever tried just being good?
It didn't dawn on me as something to do.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, good trades today, you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Man, it is risk on today. Everything is green except energies. So what's the game plan here for the rest of the trade? Let it ride?
I'm looking for the IB high.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my long-term target for the day. I don't know if we'll get there, but I've made a good amount of money on the way up, and on these ads, they paid too. So
I added to my short right here, but I
like that. Yeah. I like the trade.
It's funny that it's funny if jokes aside about adding to your position, if you watched Leo and I narrate what was going on at 360 to 350, that we both looked at both. We were both on opposite sides of that trade, and you see what's happening. So
Yeah.
you figure out how to position yourself around the actual order flow, and then have realistic expectations for it. Like anything above this, I'm going to get stopped out, and Leo's trade's going to run. So his is going to be right. There's a bit of a seller here, but yeah, I don't know.
Time will tell you guys.
There you
So
go.
Jim, was it
Yeah.
you on the NinjaTrader account that spelled it DOME, or was it Sav?
That was not me.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could change it if you want. You could change it to Free Dominic if you want.
Sav, you're busted.
If you want to go that route.
Totally busted.
But Dome is accurate. I just gotta say.
I mean, I assume that Sav's ultimate allegiance is to Jim and the way he says Dom. So I don't begrudge that.
Well, Dominic will appreciate it because he's got a couple more years on the sentence still. So,
Whoa, Tracy's on Team Dom?
yo,
Whoa.
there
Tracy,
you go.
there's a reason that she's the OG.
Wow.
Right.
Tracy, I love you.
That's awesome.
Oh man. Any event, let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done today, everybody. So before we get to the Edge report, though, hang tight, you guys. We got stuff cooking.
Okay.
We have at 2:00. Remember, well, we're going to start early at 1:30. So Tracy's going to do an update at 1:30, and then a very special interview between Craig Shapiro and Nick Lentz, and that starts at 1:30. So right after Shy. So early start today. That's kind of number one.
Okay.
Number two. Ready for number two? We have the big challenge this afternoon.
Yes.
We have Jack, Chris, and Nick, and there might not be a lot of love loss. Their end of month battle is this afternoon, trading the close. And
It's Nick. It showed the image. Okay, there's the
It's
battle.
beautiful. There, it's so good.
Here's the thing. Nick is such a good cheater that my money has to go on Nick.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, obviously we got homie bias here. We got to both be on Nick, right?
Well, I said the exact same thing Leo said this morning, except I skipped the part about the cheater part. I didn't say that part.
Listen, you can't rule out the fact that he's willing to cheat.
He will do anything to win, and that's who you need in your corner.
Well, this is a battle,
Sorry.
so when you're in a battle, man, you got to win. There's whatever it takes.
He's gonna claw. He's doing eyeballs. He's doing whatever it takes to win that fight.
And didn't you see the Avengers, man? Whatever it takes. Come on. Anyway, so that's going to be it's going to be a fun trade to close. So we got Nick Lentz with Craig. We got trade to close. It'll all be good this afternoon. Early start, everybody. Appreciate you too. I will talk to you later on this week. I am sure at some. Maybe not. Am I seeing
Jim.
you guys tomorrow?
No.
I'm back.
Stowe's back, so I'll get to say
back.
have a nice weekend in Stowe tomorrow. Leo, you have a great weekend, man, and have fun with all the boxes.
I appreciate it, Jim. You too.
All right.
Bye,
all right.
chat. Bye, big cat. Love you, bud.
Let's
See ya.
Let's do the Edge report and get to lunch here. Let's talk about silver. Deli mentioned it yesterday. Let's take a peek. Actually, here's the intraday chart. We'll start with the intraday chart. We'll do it backward today. I mean, this is nice kind of orderly rally all through the London IB. We made new highs to that MenthorQ 1-day max. Gift that keeps on giving. That was around 74. Actually, that's. Hang on a sec. The 1-day max is right. I just noticed this. Is at the same exact level as the top of the value area. So two areas of interest right there. That's that volume profile session value area top, 74.235. Didn't quite get to previous sessions highs. Sold off a little bit. Nice healthy retracement going on right now. Now, what happened here? In the middle of the USIB, we had a change in disposition, right? We had a big sell-off here. And what happened was we were trading above the 9 EMA. That's that kind of, I don't know, hard to see orange line I have going up here. And then instead of being support, it became resistance. So it's on the last 2 hours that top of these candles are just kind of bouncing up against that 9 EMA right now, suggesting some, that there's sellers right there, which there are. And there's that high vol level too right there. That's an important level. That's where gamma tends to change, right next to that R1 and right next to the London IB high. So 3 areas of interest right there. So we're kind of range bound between that high vol level, 9 EMA, and then the VWAP. The session VWAP is white line, right? We've been trading above that session VWAP for a long period of time. Actually, we kind of crossed that line, I don't know, 2 o'clock this morning, 2:30 this morning. And it's kind of actually been a nice level of support as well after the bell rang. So silver's kind of consolidating sideways here around that HVL level. I'll be interested to see if we get a breakout one way or the other. If we do get a breakout to the downside, I'm going to look at that $73 call resistance level, that 0 DTE. Alternatively, on the upside, you got previous sessions highs. Let's just shoot over to bonds really quickly here, and then we'll call it morning. So not out of the woods yet. We broke through this. We talked about this morning. We broke through the area of support right now. We're still struggling around just south of that 113 even level. Remember, this is traded in 30 seconds. This is at 112.29, 30 seconds right now. We did get a little bit of buyers come in, right when we got to that 112.15, 30-second level. But again, I'm not ready to hit the buy button myself. I want to see if we can get a flush back down to this lower rectangle here, closer to 112 even. Remember, we're talking yields close to 5% here as well. And then intraday, really quickly, really dominant point of control, kind of a P-shaped volume profile here, 112.28. I don't expect much deviation from this today, short of some unplanned news, as we would say. So keep your financial juice open and keep your eye on that. All right, well, that is this morning's Edge Report. This afternoon didn't start yet. And remember, we're starting early, 1:30. Shai's kicking it off with her afternoon update, and then we're getting right into Craig Shapiro, Nick Lentz. It's going to be a great conversation, great interview. Definitely follow those two cats on X if you get a chance. Thank you for being with us today. We had a great show. We're going to keep it rolling here. Appreciate everybody in the chat as well. Thank you for the subscriptions, the thumbs up. Time for a quick lunch break. Take it easy, everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you.